Alright, hello and welcome back to Baldur's Gate. Here we are where we left off due to GeForce now running out and the episode going a bit large. So let's continue with what we were going to do. And the first thing I think we should do is go back and see if we can get Rapture again. I don't believe that we can, but I would still like to see it. And with that said, I will probably cut out the travel time. So let's go to, I don't know, south span of Worms Crossing. Yeah. I will pause here, and if anything happens, I will just quickly resume the recording. Okay, so it seems like the loading times are still not as bad when you go to Worms Crossing. It does seem to hang at 100% though. Also, we are on 2080 today, so the usual 3060. Ooh, yeah. Okay, but at least the stuff loads in faster. And I'm also noticing it's way smoother on 2080, you know? Like, I don't know, it could be the frame times, because when I move the camera, it's like really responsive compared to the 3060s. So here we are. And just let's go and visit the Dryad. I guess if I want to, I could just fly up. But let's just take the stairs. Okay, which room was... Oh, the obvious one. She didn't move the
If you
body.
seek rapture, find it elsewhere. I can show you but once.
Oh man. Where else could I find it then? I was thinking, because we are loaded... What the fuck? Laser. Because we are loaded, we could just pray, because I think the effect was quite similar. Charles' cutter sounds fairly bad, so I don't really want to hang about too much. Let's talk to this girl.
Sorry, sweetheart.
Oh, okay, can I talk to Mamselle Amira and get like someone?
It's a dwarf you crave, whipping hand. Go on, tell me I'm wrong.
Your way of... Let's try this, because this is after patch 1, right?
Well, we've other ways to fill your exceedingly handsome.
Okay, apparently nothing changes there.
Blasphemy seems sweet.
Probably will get fixed in the future. We also got this alcohol. I just forgot the name. Hooch? Who's Hooch? Whoa. Reduce and enlarge each turn. It's actually funny.
I don't understand why there's such a type for so many.
Can I buy more?
Press your belly to the bar, chum. Try hooch hooch.
Do you have more? You do, but it's so expensive. I don't know. Let's buy... why I cannot spit it? Spit? Did I say spit? Split. Ah, you double click, silly. Let's just buy 2. I don't care that we wasted 1. I could reload the earlier save, but not going to. Something that we may want to check over here is perhaps the toy maker. Even though we didn't do the quest yet. By toy maker I mean the teddy bears. Because maybe patch 1 made it so that quest progresses further or something. Look how cute we are. Oh wait, what about the girl who was kidnapped? Did she not have a time limit? I'm talking about the girl with the cat grab with the heterochromia in her eye that we accepted. You know, that Orin threatened to kill.
Welcome. You see to peruse the special goods, I take it. Well, dangerous places.
We asked us.
Trade
I'm
secrets.
just looking if he has new dialogue or not.
It was all given happily and willingly.
Oh wow.
Every last
Is this something you had? Robe of Supreme Defenses. While concentrating, you add your spellcasting ability modifier to your saving throws and gain a +1 bonus to AC. Actually I want to check something after this. Because you notice how the purple items descriptions are like blurry. Like it's like in a lower resolution. This is also good, by the way. It has reduce. Is it a self thing though? I mean, it doesn't say. I don't think it's worth buying though. Other than that, I think it's just our things that we sold him before. You know what? I think it's worthwhile to make this guy like us. In case I wanna buy stuff or rebuy things that we sold. So let me just double check. Do we have enough stuff on us? Probably not. Tarnished wedding ring. Oh, whatever, we can sell that. Oh, I keep forgetting we have us to summon too. No, don't want money for it. Can just have this. And then Astarion should have a bunch of stuff. No! Oops. Okay. I didn't realize you cannot donate when you are in the trade menu. Then you can also have all the charcoal. Oh look, not all of them are created equal. Some charcoal actually has a minuscule weight attached to it. You can have all these rings. They barely worth anything anyway. I don't think I'm going to use that outfit anymore either. Can I have this cloak too? It sucks. Okay, getting closer. Anyone else? Intara, do you have stuff? Not really. Okay, let me cut here and I will give him a bunch of stuff that we have in camp that I sent to camp, so be right back. Alright, so I did get him up to a fairly high level. I think he's in the green.
You see to peruse the special goods, I take it.
What? Oh, I see. He's only maxed with Mintara, so I actually fucked up. Because I clicked on him with Mintara.
Welcome. You see to peruse the special goods, I take it.
God damn it. Because I was selling stuff to him already. So Mintara has to do the selling with this guy from now on. I didn't know it would switch back and it's not like party-wide if you do it this way. But I didn't lose that much by doing so. Probably 2000 though. because I just went and sold him everything. But in the overall scale of things, it's not much, you know. Whatever, I'm not going to redo it. I'm just happy to be rid of the weight. And then just remember that we need to use this trader with Mintara. Maybe in doing so, we could like... I'm just going to put a marker here so I remember.
Time to press ahead.
Let's talk to this guy again.
You might be a nuisance, but at least neither of us got blown up, eh?
Huh? Why did you change your tone now? Okay. And I want to check one more thing while we are here. Also, I noticed because I moved a bunch of my like papers inside one of these pouches that I'm carrying to save like inventory lag. And I think it's this one. Yeah, I moved a bunch of stuff, like all our letters. I just shift-clicked it into it. And the guards got mad at me for doing that. But I didn't bother to reload. Because I assume some stuff regarding those items are stolen. It's still weird, but
Our illicit
whatever.
child has wandered away. Looking for more victims, no doubt. Oh well.
He left. So maybe that would explain what happened in the lower city in that particular house, right? Because we found Mind Flayer blood there, and it seemed to be related to this guy, or this illithid. Let me check on the blacksmith. And the dog goes too. Because we played this whole area as a reminder without patch 1. Maybe some things have changed. Oh.
There's blood here, not yet dried. And no sign of the smith.
What? A note written in blood. The parchment is cheap and smells faintly of iron and smoke. I served and salted the smith for you, and yet you dared not devour him? I will not let his bittered meat spoil, not when Baal could savor it for him. What? Why was he killed? Well, at least now we can steal stuff. Probably did already, no? Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, because this guy was dating, I remember now. It was like online dating or, well, male dating. Can I talk to the Dragonborn inside? About this whole situation?
These things have stayed interesting.
Gildra? Oh, no. Just you again? How can I help you?
Okay, seems like she acknowledges. I'm a customer. You should be delighted to see me. Probably because she's worried about Gildro. She isn't your... So, you should know that Gildro is not coming back.
What? Don't joke about that. He'll come back. He always does. He's probably just gone to get more coal for the forge or visit one of the ore mines.
He's dead.
And no obituary in the Gazette? Impossible. I don't know why you're insisting on spreading these nasty thoughts, but I'll ask you to kindly keep them to yourself. Now, is there anything you'd like to buy?
Is it,
If not, move along.
is it because the note is not on me? Sure.
Not for you to worry about in any case. You're a customer. Is there anything I can do for you? Of course. Gildro's finest.
These are the same things, right? Alban chain. It's medium armor. You are considered proficient with this armor while wearing it. The wearer has a +2 bonus to initiative rolls and advantage on dex saving throws. Not that bad, but don't really need it. You know what? I feel like I don't like the rarity system. Because it discourages me of using blue or green gear especially. Even if an item seems to be good. But that's just a very personal opinion. I assume other people like it. Okay, she doesn't have anything here.
Come back soon. And if you see Gildro, tell him everything's under control.
Was there an underground to this place? Don't see one on the map. Let's grab the note. Let's save it,
Give your
Mintara.
name, if you are sure. At your word.
Let's try and talk to this clerk again.
Listen.
Gildro? Oh, how can I help you?
I'm a customer. You should be delighted to see me.
Sorry. Yes, you're right. What can I do for you?
Oh, okay. So there's nothing new
course.
there.
Gildro's finest.
The option went
Come back
away
soon.
as well
Do we have a
to
target?
tell her about Gudro.
Before me.
So let me just double check. Do you have a hatch inside or no? Oh, there is one, which was locked.
It's locked. From the other side. I wonder where it leads.
I don't think we discovered any other hatches around. Oh no, we did. It just doesn't show on the map. We did, because I remember one being in the mansion. Because what if the body part of Dribbles is on Gildro's body if we find it? Or if you can find it. Let's go to Arthur's house. I'm surprised that there's like new stuff here. Not sure if it's simply because of time passing or because of the patch or both, you know? I don't think the hatch down here was connected to anything.
Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us. A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
But there's more that I have not disarmed.
Keep your distance, darling.
I just like grab them because they can be used in combat or just sold like the rest. Even though we are
Dear.
wasting our disarming kits.
Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for
This
us.
doesn't seem right, though. Oh no, it does, because Ostarian wasn't here. That's why he's getting all the rolls. Never mind. Because I assume with all the other characters, we just failed to see them.
Traps. How considerate.
Yeah, we failed to see so many of them, but with that said, the traps already went off, so... that's why they didn't blow up before. I guess.
Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us.
Yeah, I don't see any connection there.
With haste.
Where else could be something that would connect to that hatch? I mean, if there's one, it's probably in the vicinity. But not necessarily. That's bad logic. So far it was the case, but it could be that we just have to enter from far away. But how far there? Could it be farther than this zone itself? Than Rivington? I don't think so.
Nearly there now.
What do you get out of this?
Up on the hill. So many roads. Dry hay.
Yeah, he said that already. Oh, maybe the well. That would make sense. Because we failed the check around the kennels with most people, but maybe Astarion will notice it. Hopefully.
Packed bags for myself and the kids. Ready by the door. You should do the same.
Well, Mummy, I don't want to leave.
I know, sweetie.
Uh-huh. It's crazy that you can miss it without companion that succeeds the perception check. Yeah, this place seems interesting. More murder victims. Oh. Do I have Speak of the Dead already? Oh, I think I do. Yeah, I do. Which to my, yeah, trident.
How delicious.
I guess you're stuck there.
So that's progress. Light on my feet.
Last warning. You're sticking your immigrator nose in where it don't belong. You got a brain in your head, you'll stay in your filthy camp with the other absoluter vagrant scum. Your girl didn't get that memo. You really don't want to know what happened to her. Now scram.
That's curious.
Oh. What the hell? That's the biggest slab. Ah.
Something over there.
Worked. Sunlit cave mouth. That's all the info we are getting. Hopefully the rest will travel with me. Although maybe they are too far away. Oh. Oh, it was this suspicious looking place. But still not connected. And I don't think there was a perception check here. Otherwise I probably would have noted that. And then we have this other dead refugee who fell from a cliff. And then got his stuff stolen. Don't really have any recollection of other places. What? Weird.
Said to do whatever it takes. The cult is on our doorstep, and you want to talk about
Even though Mistress is gone, I promise to be a good dog. No, the best dog.
No. Sorry.
Best keep your hands to yourself.
I'll do a better job.
It's always the same dialogue.
Go on. Bugger.
I feel like we kind of messed up here with the pigeons and then nosing around in his stuff. Okay, let's just check the rest of these places. I don't think this one had a hatch. That was just that abandoned house. This place has no entrance either. Yeah, I don't see a hatch icon. Did I miss this pouch? Oh. This is the toy maker's home. Let me just go here again. Can you damage this? Even though it doesn't have a health bar? Or can you cast knock on it?
It's locked. From the other
Knock
side.
from the other side. No scrolls. Knock. Well, let me try that. First, let's save. Let me just pause here for a second. Okay, I just went and grabbed Gale off camera just so we save some time. Also, let's give him his original clothing. Because he has the thing. Do you have the spell knock? If you don't, I think we will learn it with you. I don't see it. Is it arcane lock? Wait. Oh, knock is level 2. Okay. Oh, we never learned it? Really? Oh shit. That's bad. I guess before I respect, he probably had it, and then I just forgot about it. Okay, I'm sure we can find a trader, probably in the place where Gale wants to go.
Sealed shut from the other side. I wonder where it leads.
You have a scroll though. Yeah, why didn't it show up? Arcane Lock, Banishment, Berserker, Charm. Where's K? What the hell? Why? Okay, let's just not question it and learn it. Is it because it's in the book? Whatever. No benefits at higher levels. Must be locked. Well, it is locked. It is locked.
Sealed shut from the other side. I wonder where it leads.
Okay, so you can't do that.
Let's get going.
But not enough to organize.
Let me just visit the circus again. Maybe there's a trapdoor that we missed somewhere. Also, my main point in coming here was just to talk to Akabe and the sculptor.
Akabe's wheel is closed.
Yes?
I think it's closed forever, right?
Akabe is tired
Yeah.
of the Wheel of Wonders. It is now closed.
Wait. Have a lot on my mind. Well, in it. Breathe deep and move.
Oh, dribbles.
Oh,
My wife
he speaks.
is heartbroken. Those two would chat from dawn until dusk. Such friends they were. But I'm sure a sizable contribution from an adventurer such
What?
as yourself would cheer her up. Oh, you shall be
Okay, he
thrilled
didn't
and
actually ask for
delighted.
money.
I
He
know
just
it.
wants a job. I think we are probably at the point where I should start learning more things with Gale too. Let's commission a
Nothing
statue
caught your
though.
eye? I shan't tell.
I have a
The
feeling.
adventurer returns. Care to purchase a bespoke, stony and bony creation?
Yes. I have a feeling that maybe patch 1 was the thing that fixed this. I like a statue of myself for my camp.
My wife shall be delighted. Customs are her favorite, particularly when their facial structure is as unique as yours.
I mean, you are the one telling me that. Here.
Tremendous! Stony, darling, let us put this towards our getaway in the Moonshay Isles. I'll have your statue shipped to your camp. You shall love it. We guarantee it.
Okay.
Oh, it's been an age since your last.
I assume it's already ready.
Junks and magics for sale. Treato. Yes. I have
Just double
lots
checking
of
what he
stuff
has.
just for you.
Oh yeah, these ones, the displacer gloves, which we can't use because of the dex hands. And I probably said that like 3 times already because I keep forgetting.
Bye bye now.
Do we have all the parts of the clan? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I just remember the update for the quest from before. Maybe some of the others also got fixed. Or have new dialogue options.
Hello again, my vicious little warrior. Any luck finding dribbles?
I guess we can only tell her when we have all the parts.
We once anchored the Fairy Queen's court during a misjudged performance in the Feywild. Your city scares me more than she did.
Let me try and talk to the nymph.
Your love.
No. Let's see that camp. Oh look! There it is! And it glows because I had the crossbows equipped. Oh. That's cool. True hero of Baldur's Gate, invulnerable. Yep, that's me. Not in the right outfit. Oh, it retained my dex and my features. Interesting. Now I do wonder if this will be displayed in the tavern too. I assume I could also steal back all my money if I do it with Astarion. Let's see. Although Paramidius really likes patrolling over here.
Well, hello. Go. On tippy toes.
This could be a situation where I...
Drow's nose was as crooked as you carved, my darling. He was simply in.
Time for discretion.
Ah, he doesn't have pockets.
Still breathing, despite everything. Can't slow down.
Okay, that's fair. Whatever. I got the statue. Not the ideal one because I'm wearing this silly helmet. But whatever. Okay. Let me just go and revisit the open hand temple too. Might as well do that while we are here. Hopefully you guys don't mind. But given like all the new dialogue stuff, there's like new stuff. Ooh, that's a bit harsh, hoping. I have it on max, but it's not great. Oh, that's not the person.
Thank you. Now Brilgo's name has been cleared, we can extend our help to the refugees once more.
Okay. And before we leave, I think I will check out the catacombs too. Just in case if it would connect to the hatch. The hatch is really bothering me now. Who's the mad monk? Alright, we had this massive cavern. Which is not that massive, but maybe we missed something with the roll here. I know this is where we found the torso. This is where Cloudkill is, which is bugged once again. Okay, so that seems to be a thing that keeps happening. I think this just leads to the coast. So technically, this is the only area where I did not walk around, but I don't think there's anything else there. Yeah. Let's teleport up. And then just before we go back, let's see some other things too. Because we talked to the person in the brothel, right? Or this flop house. About that dwarf lady being killed. Maybe we can tell her that now we solved the killer
Chin up, hon.
case.
I've got just the cure for a rumbling belly.
Oh no. We went to Shara's cars. I don't think there's any need in visiting the Harpers, although I kind of forgot what they are selling. Oh, maybe I can talk to this lady about his brother being safe now.
Welcome back to Calms Garms. A killer. Thanks for warning me, but it's him that needs warning.
Yeah, no.
Sounds good. Get you something a bit fresher than you could. Remember.
Did I rob you?
Which makes him the inventor. How about we settle on the gondola?
I think I did.
Note to self, restock 10 pounds taffeta and find an additional leather supplier. Incoming war equals increased flaming fist orders.
Maybe not.
I'd love to see one of them in a fight.
Okay.
These boots have seen everything.
And let me just double check what the Harper guy has. Maybe?
Don't forget to visit the Velveteen Elixir. Us adventurers have to keep stocked up.
Not the same limit.
Watcher sent him flying.
to the stitching on this leather armor is...
What do you need?
Targets have disadvantages. Saving throws against your maneuver and weapon actions. Blightbringer. Attacking gnomes or dwarves with this weapon receives plus 1d4 to attack and damage rolls. When this weapon lands a critical hit, it also slows the target creature. And they were the ones who sell this. I feel like this could be good for Astarion. What are you wearing? Cloaks wise. The nymph. While dominant person seems good, I think we are better off with this one. Why not?
Short fat.
And then, where's that Constitution amulet? Oh, I think it's on Laser Isle, isn't it? And what are you wearing, Gale? Absorb elemental damage once per short rest. Take half damage from the next elemental attack, targeting you, and deal an additional 1d6. It's not that great, so for now, I think I'm just going to give you the nymph cloak. Wait, the Cloak of the Weave is also good. Actually, it doesn't even... Yeah, it doesn't even make sense that we are the ones wearing it. I guess it should go for Mintara. What is Mintara wearing?
Our enemies are everywhere.
Oh, but that also works for you. Okay. Whatever, for now, it's fine.
How else was I supposed to see the rope? It was! But good armor is hard to find.
What was on the upstairs part of this? Oh, the alchemist, right.
Hello again, sir. What can I do for you? I must say, the wood paneling cost
we
a
talked
foot.
about that.
Everything alchemical from potions to poisons.
I will buy the
Just do
giant
make sure you read the
finger.
label before quaffing.
You know what? I also want an elixir of sea invisibility. We probably have some, but let's just buy it. And then 30-60. Let's buy these two.
Be sure to...
Okay, that's pretty much it, I think. Now, do they keep those prisoners in here? Or was it in the lower city at another gate? I think it was in the lower city at another gate. We still have that place where we could climb up if we want to, towards Gortash. But I just wanna revisit the prison. Although I think we killed the guards, didn't we? Wait, there's two passageways. Do they lead to the same place? Because we went down. Oh, I have to check that.
No crazing or criming down there. We run a tight ship.
This was the sleeping guard. Oh, I knocked them out, didn't I? Yeah, I didn't actually kill them. Good. Then there's this old man here. What the odd?
For Balduran's sake, leave an old man in peace.
What if I, like, let you out instead?
Trust no one. Leave no tricks.
As soon as that guard turns around.
Let's prowl quietly.
You're free to go.
For Baldur.
Okay,
My expertise.
talk to him with someone else.
What do you want?
To help you escape if I can.
I don't need to escape. I've got food, water, privacy, and I mean to keep it that way.
Okay, old man. Alright, I think time to cut, and then I will see you back at the Basilisk Gate. Okay, just to make sure we didn't miss it, I did try this, it just leads, like both of them lead down to the dungeon. But also I noticed this is like the same design as in the bank. However, this is a real door this time, you know? I think it's the same design anyway. But I just wanted to show you that. And the bank does not have doors. Like, as that. That was the barracks. And that's already the transition. So, yeah, be right back. Also, because we are rich, and I don't like being too rich, I think I'm going to get a blessing and pay for it. Now, I suspect you have to pay 5,000. But let's just go with like 4. Let's see if that works. Let me save. I have to split the gold.
This altar isn't dedicated to your god is one of many. And in this place you sense a spark of its mighty divine. It reads, show your devotion within the gods are ready to receive your sacrifice.
I will still pray for the orcs. Gramsh one eye. This may take a while for me to figure out how to do properly. Why is it split that way? Oh, that's Astarian. This must be mine. I saw it. Oh, now you can split it too.
Your offering is accepted.
I bet it's 5k. Let me try.
The gods are ready to receive your
If this would work. If you don't even have to reload, because that's a bit silly. But if it would count towards, if I give them another 1,000.
The amount you offered proves your piety and devotion.
They hated it.
You may now pray here once a day for a divine blessing.
Beseech a blessing from your deity, Grumsh.
Your soul opens to their divine power.
Okay, so it was indeed 5k. Affected entity's deity has flooded its mind with an ancient secret, both benevolent and baleful. It has a +2 bonus to all saving throws. Oops. That will come in handy, I'm sure. What's our total gold? Oh. Not looking great, especially that we still have to pay 5k to that banker guy. Okay. Before we go and join the Cult of Bel, I wanna see what the editor has to say about us. It's open now again. I also wanna see if you could go down again and like do something else with the printing press. There's a guy.
Bloody writers. If the pen really were mightier than the sword, they wouldn't need us.
Hell yeah, brother. True, very true.
Can't write a bloody shopping list at the minute with all these eyes on me.
Hang on, wait, stay there. You reminded me of that word I was looking for, corpusculent. That's it. As you were.
Did you just call me? Did I just see a merchant icon there? Not now, before we talk.
Gortash is going to destroy me. I swear, you'll rue the day you crossed Etvard Needle.
Ah, so it was Gortash who commissioned that either way.
Lord Gortash is going
That
to
means
destroy
he's still trying to backstab me. Out of curiosity, I think I should go and try and talk to the... well, the machine again. Oh. Hello.
You smell very delicious.
I wonder if the pet's progress is just stuck now. Or rather, it doesn't have any more, you know, behind it than them just staying with us. Not just the over, scratch too. So I wanna grab the cutest cat you've ever seen.
Oh gods. What if they're only reporting heroics these days? Slaying a necromancer seems a lot of work.
Wait for the game to actually load.
Waste a step.
Oh.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Do we close it again? Fuck. The potion ran out. So what? Do I just kill them to test this? Or maybe I gave the key to someone else? No, because we unlocked it. Yeah, this is where we came in from. just do Steel Watchers, really. I didn't really want to do this because I didn't want to spoil how fight would work with the Steel Watchers. But oh well. Seems like they are actually strong, so. Guess I would have to do this in turn-based. Okay, fine. I will just reload. Okay, here we are. This time I enable turn-based mode. I will just use my dashes. Oh, will it take me back to the others? That sucks. This will take a while. But can I exit from turn-based mode with the rest of them? Oh well, let's just do it this way. Just seems like fly is still better than just moving.
One day I'll catch a break.
Edvard was fuming this morn. What a grand shape. It's best we lie low for a while. Don't want him figuring us out.
Okay, so maybe occasionally you can do this. I see. Well, I'm just going to reload this. Should I? Maybe not. If we can make it out with one pot, I'm not going to. I think we can. As a reminder, I cannot teleport when I'm in here. That's why we are just going to walk out if we can. But now, because I initiated turn-based here in a different instance alone, it seems like it only affects me. I guess the door probably leads into the main hall. I think we discovered the rest of this place already.
The truth is the truth. We trust our readers to make up their own minds.
All right. I don't know if we should change Gale out to laser or not. But let's go and join a cult. If I can find where they are. It's like somewhere here, no? Yeah. I don't know if we can actually go in here. Oh, I think we can, okay.
I could pay half now and half tomorrow. 2/3 even.
Speak your laws. This is worth 500. A self-help book explaining that true happiness begins with a tidy house and a well-polished floorboard. Why is this 500? What the fuck? I had the keys from Dolor, I assume. Or the doppelgangers.
This tombstone appears to be freshly carved. Friedrich Hume. His last connection with this realm severed.
Wasn't that the guy who was on the list? And... no. Oh no, they didn't fix the narrator. This tombstone still bears the dust from its recent engraving. Very wonderful, unwanted in life, welcomed in death. No name has been engraved, but the message beneath is clear. Should have left those orphans on the street where they belonged. Superior durability of hardwood. Odd Walrus Deluxe hardwood coffins will preserve corpses from rats and maggots for up to 3 times longer than any competitors. Choose Walrus because the end is always there. Wasn't Walrus the guy in prison? No, it was Otto Otis or something. The Vantampurs are also one of the upper city rich folk. Interesting.
Sample tombstone, premium edition, with optional engraving of iconography.
Frank Pertry, Our Lady's traitor. His life now given, gladly taken. Your name here, plan ahead, so distant relatives don't do it for you. May Winfield, mother of 12, wife of 1, beloved by all.
This tombstone appears to be freshly carved. Friedrich Hume. His last connection with this realm severed.
Just grapes on the roof. It would show if it had items. It was an animal carcass.
A fine selection of tongs. The one indispensable tool of the artisan's workshop, it seems. Tongs. So beloved Reynold. Father, husband, duck breeder. Gaunt, a fine selection of
Interesting.
tongs.
So it seems like it's select things that bug out.
Tongs. So many tongs.
This one has been engraved over so many times that no name is legible. Alexander Rainforest, meticulous in life, mellifluous and death. I don't know what that means. Also, there's like a delay whenever I click on them.
Tombstone, modest edition. Maximum engraving length, 3 words.
Ah, it's the bookcase, isn't it? No?
Keep a blade close. Should be easy. No time to rest.
Oh, we got the potion back. Keeping up appearances. Clerk Drowage. Remember, you are in the business of making candle holders tombstones look like a genuine retail establishment. Keep all the prices about half again too high so you don't sell very much inventory. Think of the shop as a stage set rather than an actual going concern, the management. I'm picking all this up in case we can use it in the dialogue later. True for blackmail, who knows? Ah, seekers. If you seek the tribunal, let death be your guide, for what is behind death by murder?
The locked door has red text on it reading, "All are awaited, all are embraced. None shall escape."
Pick the passphrase, Sicarius. I need to change my helmet. Oh, this is a no save zone. I think we were using this helmet just so we could talk to the beggars. Okay, thankfully, sorry, not a no save, it's a no camping zone. This is the bed upstairs, okay.
Another step forward.
Parchment. Flaming fist.
Flaming fists this way.
Why? Why is that a thing? Is this trap? There's grease down there. Someone fell. Gale fell.
Traps.
Mm.
Consider it. Watch your back.
I applaud your taste.
Gale needs like better spells. Also, he can use that elixir. Oh, and the ritual, of course. Basket loves to murder anyway. I'm just going to learn a couple of days, because we are not going to level up anymore. By a couple I mean I will learn all of them. Which would be way too expensive. Whatever. Disintegrate, of course. So level 6. That's the only level 6 we have. They should be in order. Yeah, it is. Wait. Aren't we supposed to get another level 6 spell slot? No, it was just spells. We don't get a new one. Oh. But Gale now can put up that amulet that we got. Which gives you a spell slot. there, and then we can use an elixir with him. The better arcane one. This is a greater one for a level 2. This is a level 1. Oh fuck it, let's just use a level 1, because I don't know how long we are going to carry Gale. Okay. We know that Cloud Kill is OP. We could put in... I don't think I need that many level 1s. Could put in something along those lines. Oh wait, Gale, you also have like new stuff to play with. I don't think we should use this anymore. When dealing cold damage, the wielder deals an additional 1 cold damage. Does nothing. Dealing cold damage with a spell possibly inflicts shield upon the target, which is nice and all, but we already have a cantrip too. So what was that other staff? And why is it not showing up? Is it because I'm dual wielding? Uh-oh. Oh no.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Is it on someone else? We stole the staff from Raphael. Like spell break or something? I don't know what it was called. Is it on Jaheira? Maybe Jaheira is using it. Well, whatever then. I don't want. I know the exit is right here, but I don't want to go back up. What about the funny staff? Is it also on Jaheira? It's probably also on Jaheira. Okay.
No one stopped me yet. Should mind my stab.
I also don't know how Gale would handle us joining the Bal cult. But probably better than Jaheira. So we have to drop a Starion. Oh man, I really can't wait for the Minter bug to be fixed.
Yes. Darling, I'm hurt. It sounds...
No, Jaheira.
Yes? As you wish. Do what must be done.
Oh yeah, you are using it. That's fine. Gale can have the necromancy one then. Undead have disadvantage on attacks against you, and you have advantage on saving throws against their actions and spells, and it also gives you turn on that. Let's give that to Gale too. This gives you invisibility, which could be useful for Gale as well, because he's squishy. And then... this, I wanted to dual wield with this. Do you have any better boots? That is trash by this point. Maybe the acidic one. But I guess click hills. Or maybe, yeah, let's do that. And then... hold on. Let me compare it like this. While the Vero has mage armor, each successful saving throw causes the source of the saving throw to take 1 to 4 radiant, and it has produce flame and lunar bulwark, which looks like mage armor, but it seems like it's not. Didn't we just acquire some better robes? Maybe not. Or maybe it's on someone else again. Jahira, anything else you would like to give to Gale? Oh, you know what? The key should be on me. Just scroll to.
Can't give up now.
Okay. Stay here.
Yes? You're sure?
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Need something? Lead on.
Seek and you shall find me.
Do I actually want to use the necromancy staff? Creatures have disadvantages against your necromancy spells. When the wielder kills a hostile creature with a spell, they greedily absorb its energy and gain life essence until their neck. Okay, that's actually really good, which means we should slot in some necromancy too. I have this create undead at what, level 6 instead of disintegrate. No. I think it's best if I use animate on that, because then that could mean that it won't take anything. So let's put animate on that instead of remove curse on. And then I feel like I need some more necromancy spells now. I have that much of currently. Oh, I do. Okay, fuck it. I kind of need like a protective spell, such as the Resilience Spear. Reducing its movements by hand, blocking all incoming and outgoing damage. Yeah, this could be good. In a certain scenario. Level 4. We don't even have any level 4s equipped. I think I'm going to use gaseous form. Okay. Oh, never mind. We did have some equipped. I just can't read or see. Polymorph does the same thing, really. So let's get rid of that for now. And let's just use enfeeblement. It's a level 2. Get rid of enlarge and reduce for now. And then what else is necromancy? Vampiric touch, I guess. It's not great for like a pure wizard, I think. I think, yeah, blindness is also necromancy, sure. Whatever. That's fine.
Let's explore what to do. For me.
How far is not that far. Okay, it is not trapped. I don't know, was it supposed to be a joke with the flaming fist? Like, oh, you go this way, you blow up. Probably, right? Don't step forward. That which guards. Death Knight. Martial Undead. What is your actual class? You don't have one. When a fallen paladin dies without atonement, it can be brought back from the grave as something entirely different. Oh. They have their own race. An undying magnetism grants the Death Knight a nearby undead advantage against being turned. That which lurks, that which watches, that which guards. There's a symbol of Baal.
Present me well from gifts thine own, or I shall rend thy flesh from bone.
I killed to be here and took the victim's hands as proof.
A grasping hand, an offering vile. Enter now the Dread Lord's trial.
Oh, they have the same as the... They are the same as the Oathbreaker underneath. I saw their neck. Symbol of Ba.
Its breath is dank and coarse, but it has no words. This creature is mute.
Oh, because it's a lurker.
Its breath is dank and coarse.
Thou hast shown proof of worthy kill. Present thyself before Baal's will.
And we'll just go down, I think, because I don't want to break anything. Oh, there they are.
You gaze upon murder's progeny, child.
What?
His most ill-trusted zealots.
His faithful departed.
Prodigal servants, each returns to do his bidding eternally.
This man is known to all Baldurs.
It's Sarevok.
And his presence sparks dread in the pit of your stomach. Before you is Sarevok Arnchev, a Baalist who almost brought Baldur's Gate to ruin a century ago.
Recognize the
Deval
helmet.
was right. Not just an imitator, but Sarevok himself.
This is the court of the Dread Lord's Tribunal. I am its custodian. Here come those who seek to transcend. Aspirants of his most profane order. The would-be unholy assassins of Baal.
Sarevok, how are you still alive?
A long while ago, my wretched sibling brought me back. The fairest of Baal spawn soul-bound me to this husk. Worship death though I do, I refused it. I roamed the coast, gathering those who still held Baal in their black hearts. The cult survived, festering beneath the city, with me as the gate's everlasting poison. But no more. For poison is too slow a death. Now is the time for slaughter. With these killings, the glory of the Baldurs has risen beyond what we dreamed possible during those dark days. But the worship of my lord is led by another now. My granddaughter, Orin. The youngest unholy assassin ever to follow in Baal's bloody trail. And his chosen.
Is your granddaughter? How does that even work? Because she's a doppelganger. Yeah, Orin is your granddaughter?
My very blood. And by extension, his. Baal has never had a more gifted prodigy.
I didn't even know you had children.
Orin's gifts surpassed even her mother's. Her mother knew this, and she could not bear it. When Orin was but 7 years old, she tried to smother the child as an offering to our Lord. I heard the screams. I ran to help, but feared for the child's life. But the cries were not Orin's. It was her mother's blood that soaked the sheets. Orin had cut off the very hand that tried to end her, and made a plaything of it. And as she toyed with her dead mother's hand, a deep quiver rose up through her throat. The Lord of Murder speaking through the child. Lay not a finger on this child, he said, nor let any other, for this child will serve me with unholy ardor. Protect her in my name.
I mean, that's fucked up. Weird story. Thanks for telling me. I don't really care much, but I don't know. The Baileys seem like such weirdos. It's like I have no real interest in joining them because of like their nature. I just don't really murder because of the sake of murdering, right? Most of our murders were kind of accidents and like conveniences. We're smarter than that. They seem like pure emotion, which makes you weak. I don't know how I think about this now, you know. Your granddaughter killed your daughter, your family sounds deeply disturbed.
My lord made his choice. I abided by his words. And so it is that Orin now leads his temple and draws aspirants to his creed. But Orin is not the subject of our judgment here today. You wish to become an unholy assassin of Baal. So, approach and be judged.
Approach and take your head, monster. What does this judgment involve exactly?
There is no better mirror in which to see the true nature of a killer than his victim. You took their hands from them. Now, I will clutch one of their souls from the abyss, that they may show Baal who you are.
Okay, so I have no chance here because these are not my kills. I'm ready to be judged.
Let us begin. Spirit of the slaughtered, return to us. Show us the truth of this murderer's intent, and let us judge him for his bloody service.
His will be done.
Stalmain, I guess.
Can it be Berlin herself, reduced to a spectre? You took this spirit's life, and thus its voice. So, speak for it. How was this pitiable creature slain?
Oh shit! I don't remember. I could do any of these there. First I ended its sorry existence, then I cut the hand from its corpse. No, we know that they cut the hand while they are still alive. Slowly and painfully, I savored every scream. Oh. This won't be easy.
Reverence. Zeal.
Long may he reign.
Your offering pleases Lord Baal. Your words delight him. You slaughter well, aspirant. You are deemed worthy.
That's it?
Enter the Dreadlord's abattoir and submit to his will.
I wonder if you bring a different hand that you... But can you do that even to murder targets? Not sure. Legendary resistance, crowd control. So here's the thing, I'm not really surprised that he's here. Okay, no dialogue, just checking. I don't know, man. As I have said in the last episodes, being evil seems worse and worse as time goes on. This is a mason's journal. Never in all the years of my craft have I felt I was carving my own tomb. This armored husk I once taught a man. He has trapped me here during the renovations. While he says I'm free to leave after the work is done, ill matter this God's awful smile. I'm no fool. Is there someone here? Do you guys have anything to say?
What joy to have found the nadir of common decency. Let's conclude our business here quickly and never speak of it again.
Baal shall be begging me to join his ranks.
I know the look is meant to be very murder heavy, but it's a bit much, even for me.
Basket is bored.
Well,
Basket wants to murderize.
there will be plenty of killing soon. I thought that because we are here, that would be the perfect line for Basket. Fist or will. Headless. Dear Quill. Dear Quill, do you remember me? We spent a sweet evening chatting to one another after you gave a heart-stopping performance at the Nashkel Inn, when I was on patrol too. I heard you were headed to Baldur's Gate to get your songbook published, and I've pre-ordered my copy. If you forgive a humble fist's boldness, I send you in writing what I wasn't bold enough to say on that night. Each one of your skills is a gem. Your eyes shine brighter than your throat fire. Images of you have beset me since we met. You must have many suitors as a scholar of love ballads, but perhaps when you get to the gate, you'd meet me one starry night in the Blushing Mermaid. The letter is clearly unfinished, the fist intending to write more before sending it. Dinner planning. The bodies of our lambs must be nourished. An exclusive deal has been made with the runner for mass grave corpse swab in the Merrick peatlands. A preserved bug body will be added from now on as a side to every meal for the faithful. If the prisoners don't like it, they can starve. So I just wanted to check if there's like any obvious seams or escapes in the wall, you know? Doesn't seem like it. Like it doesn't seem like there's a route for escape, so I don't think these guys can lock you up. There's also no evidence chest and stuff. Legacy ledger. Here in our log, the blood requisitions, the corpse wealth of our sacrifices, taken from their dead hands after chronicling and the assassin's claim of their own tithe. The remainder should be brought before the temple's leader, no longer the butler as in past times. What follows is a detailed financial log of loot from death targets, always accompanied by indulgent purple prose describing their cause of death. Oh, was Valeria working for them? That's a big twist.
You stand now on the cusp of the Dreadlord's favor. One killing secures your rebirth as an unholy assassin of Baal. The slaughter of a celestial being. Make violence of its goodness. Spill its blood. And bathe in Baal's eternal rapture.
I know you. Do not listen to this ancient fuck. Free me at once.
Choices, right? I mean, he's a bad detective. I will sacrifice the creature to Baal.
Spare no violence for the Dreadlord's grace. And savor every moment of the creature's slaughter.
I just wonder how this would turn out if I have Jaheira with me and Minsk.
Someone will stop you, Baalist. When they do, I hope it hurts. Citizen, stop this at once!
Sorry, Valeria.
Ow! What? Please stop. Let's have some courage.
Behold, Father.
Why?
Baptized in your most wretched name. A new, unholy assassin.
This is the Astarion.
His most unholy will be done.
She finished Valeria, but still.
I bestow upon you the amulet of Baal, the vestment of his most unholy servants. With this amulet, he grants you entry to his chambers.
Okay, I can't make this be a Astarion. We have to reload here. We are just going to do it in reverse. Start with Astarion and then finish it off with ourselves. I assume it was the killing itself and not the proximity this time. That would make sense in a way because he asked us to sacrifice Valeria. You know, and then if you land the killing blow with Astarion, that's the person who gets the blessing. But with that said, it's probably not that great that I'm gathering all the buffs on myself. If they have like moves associated with it, such as like the parasite, you know, because then the others simply just don't have that many options, and they won't because I fucked up with them because I ate the worm.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Can I just talk to Valeria first?
You stand one kill, make vibe.
I know you.
Spare no.
Probably killing Shadowy would yield better gear though. Like you can tell that his armor is like such an old design, but it's faithful to it, you know. It's almost like goofy instead of scary. It's also heavier than the average human.
I'm ready.
Someone will stop you, Barlist. When they do, I hope it hurts.
Oh no, he can't talk now because we silenced him. Oh well.
Unleash me.
I just wanna make it absolutely sure that we get the kill with ourselves, so we can take one more shot. I think I missed. Yeah, I think I misclicked.
Survival is all that matters.
Okay.
Behold, Father, baptized in your most wretched name, a new, unholy assassin.
I will not skip it because this will make a good thumbnail.
His most unholy will be done.
I bestow upon you the amulet of Baal, the vestment of his most unholy servants. With this amulet, he grants you entry to his chambers. The Undercity Temple of Baal. The portfolio of murder passes into your hands. Do it justice. Enact slaughter befitting a god.
A quasi-god.
Unholy assassin. Does have a certain ring to it.
Just waiting for all the pop-ups to go away. Investigation priorities. Investigator Valeria, your priorities for this stand are 3 cases. 612, the apparent plague ship at the Broken Docks. 655, the hand-taking murderer. And 657, the mortal injury to the wave servant in the harbor. The thing that Baldur's mouth is calling the all comms case. Of these, 655, the serial killer, is top priority. Not least because the murderer's continuing activities are making us look bad. Catch the bastard. Claim Liara Porter. I mean, whatever at this point, it's just whatever. Valerius hookah, Valerius spare pipe, Valerius trunk bomb, Valerius snuff. Mastodonian Memoirs, Volume 1, Investigator Valeria. The slightly crumpled personal missive, a parchment humming with Mount Celestia's radiance, boasts sporadically recorded entries in a Holifant's life. Bloody planetars. I tell them every time they deploy her. If you send someone to observe the blood war, there's a danger they could be recruited. Every time they say it's a minor heresy. Why? Zarya wouldn't be the first to fall. The Thunder's light doesn't reach that far down into the plains. They say crime doesn't pay around here. They say that in a world of purest good, who'd have motive to do evil. They also say the path to hell is paved in good intentions. So which is it? Of course they don't really know. Hypocrites, the lot of them. It's just one bloody adage after another up here. But if you ask what any of them mean, why, who, what, no one's interested. Lulu's no help either. She's a model Holifant. A perfect example my superiors are quick to remind me. And she's fallen for Zarya's act. Hook and all. No, it's not an act. Zarya believes what she's saying. She's just wrong, foolish, and Lulu's a fool to believe it too. It's official. I depart for Baldur's Gate at the earliest opportunity. Spreading conspiracy, disorderly drinking. Wait, what? Spreading conspiracy? Huh. First, I didn't know there was a prohibition in place. Second, if you don't want me drunk, don't send me to Feywild. Gnomes have the best meat. And all the other allegations waiting against my person have tipped my reputation. Over the edge of a cloud. Why is there a point there? Anyway, over the edge of a cloud, down to Toril. Of course, it's not phrased like that. Your sense of justice is needed by the mortals. Baldur's Gate has a lively tavern scene. Piss off, I know what they're really thinking. Pains the trying, the lot of them. Not to say I told you so, but my connections tell me Zarya's broken code to intervene in the Bloodward if only someone had warned them. Apparently she killed a horde of Inugo's gnomes running rampant down here in Toril. Her heart's in the right place. It's a shame her sword isn't. She's too reckless to be let near the Blood War, and I reckon this is just the beginning. But alas, I've picked up a rather handy new phrase since setting up in Baldur's Gate. That's none of my business. So he was way more interested in the whole Blood War than Baldur's Gate. I wonder if that referenced Zariel killing those gnolls in the toll house. Because we know those knights were not Tyr's knights. Why are we doing it with ourselves?
What now? A crooked touch.
Also, I guess you can... whenever like someone else takes like important story moments like that, the alignment won't change, you know? Because it's only towards the player character. Memoirs of My Death. Is this Saravok's? This is a memoir describing in detail the visions of Baal seen by Lorroakan after his death in the Baal temple centuries ago. The brethren often ask me, what was it like to die? They expect me to present a warring conflict, the humiliation of defeat against the honor of sacrifice. But once dead, it is impossible to think of oneself, of life, for you are in Baal's own embrace. Baal's domain is a red wasteland in a starless sky, halted in time before the collapse of the final sun. There I wandered, tasting the end of all things. I was dragged back from the precipice, bound to a living husk again by my mocking sibling. Who is that sibling? Is that the player character, the other Baal spawn? In the old games? I resented it at first. I had forgotten how to breathe, to eat. All the animal functions of the petty who cling to life. But when I was cruelly resurrected, my fate was bolstered more through my death than it could be through life. I will bring about Baal's perfect finale. The melting of the crimson sun above the lakes of blood. It will happen. This word will be carved in his image.
Another step forward.
So I read about what happened after Baal's worship ended in the old games. Server golden key. Oh, maybe that was for the chest. All the Baal worshippers quickly turned to a god named Sirik, which is not present in the current timeline. I don't think we ever heard of him. So what did we actually receive? Amulet of Baal. First blood. On a hit, inflict bleeding upon targets that have maximum hit points. Okay.
Direct me.
This is spell slot. You can have the guidance, because you are always around.
Still breathing, despite everything. Breathe deep and move.
Wait, does it have the icon? Yeah. Just checking. There's a merchant. Echo of Ilesera.
A fresh, unholy assassin. I remember the feeling. Your ambition is to be commended.
Are these people also from the old games? I don't like it. I feel tainted.
It is a spot that will not scrub out. You are a chosen butcher now, little lamb. You shall lead many to his slaughter, whether you wish to or no.
How do you know all this?
We are his justices. We preside over his most profane tribunal, forevermore.
Yeah, but
I am Ilesera the Quick, child of Baal, slayer of his idle children, cut down before my time.
Can't be that quick if someone cut you down.
You speak with arrogance, one that is familiar. The same arrogance has slain many of Baal's chosen. Do not repeat our mistakes, unholy assassin.
Yeah, I feel like these are probably like mini bosses from the previous games. None of them are familiar. Echo of Amelison.
Hail, unholy assassin. You have fulfilled a fraction of your blood's dark promise. You are learning it takes more than birth blood alone to become a consecrated killer. It takes belief. It was known to those who walked this path before you. Common killers. Children of murder and would-be gods. And now, it is known to you.
So which are you? Common killer, child of murder, or would-be god?
I tricked the first, devoured the second, all in pursuit of the third, godhood. I am Amalesan, the Black-Hearted. I stood as Baal's high priestess, his eternal succor, until I sought to usurp him.
Now you're a ghost who lives under a tombstone shop.
The Lord of Murder did not take kindly to betrayal. Ambition is our curse. We have no choice. Murder begets it. Always. Go, unholy assassin. Walk in blood. Enjoy Baal's favor. But never lose sight of that first perfect murder.
Welcome to our cause, unholy assassin. May your service to Baal be savage.
Oh, that's it with you?
Welcome to our cause.
Interesting. Okay. Echo of Abazigal.
You have killed well, unholy assassin. I am here to further your slaughter. In life, I was a Barzigal, kin killer of the Five. In death, I serve our father still, until the world grows silent. I offer you instruments which will aid in enacting your foul whims.
I've never heard of a dragonborn ballspawn. I was going to say that, because I don't think there were dragonborns implemented in the games before.
I am no half-blooded drake. Alive, I was a dragon of pure cerulean chrome. But oft the need arose to disguise myself thus.
Sure, dude. That's true, right? Tell me of the Five.
The Five, my order of father's spawn, were among the first to carve the philosophy that Saravok's death began. We led our worship by killing the weakest of our own line, writing kinslaying into the canon. We hunted down his insipid fledglings in droves, until we were all that was left. All but Saravok's own murderer, who murdered me in turn.
Oh, so you were probably the dragon, or a dragon, from one of the previous games. I remember there being a dragon in the old Baldur's game. I don't know. In the old Baldur's Gate games. I don't know why I just forgot how to speak. But I think they were like a gold dragon from what I remember. I don't remember him, but whatever. Show me your words. Series of Candlekeep, the Mortal View eyewitness accounts of the Ballspawn crisis. That's not how you look like. Assassin of Baal Khal. You can see in the dark up to 3 meters. In addition, you gain a +2 bonus to initiative rolls, and you have C invisibility. Trash. Balist armor. Aura of murder enemies within 2 meters become vulnerable to piercing damage unless they are resistant to it or immune to it. So it's actually not bad if we use it. Because then it's enemies only, right? What is your gear assigned? Yeah, I feel like this is better. Would I spend that much on it? Likely not. Oh, this one has garrote that those monsters were using before. Drop a shadow rope around a humanoid creature throat to start garroting it. Can we teleport with them? Affected entity is being strangled by a garrote. It is silenced and takes 3 to 18 bludgeoning damage per turn. If the entity and the garrote move more than 5 meters apart, this condition ends. Oh, so we cannot teleport with it. You know, I kind of like that. Crater Flash Gloves. Whenever you score a critical hit, deal an additional... It's hard for me to read that. 3 to 6? Oh, 1 to 6 force damage. You know, I think that's caused by DLSS just being turned on. I think I checked it before, but maybe I only checked it with the quality. I don't think I can. Yeah, I can't access the menu here. You can especially notice it on like the purple text on these items. I know that if you use like AI stuff like with the DLSS, which generates frames, the 3.0, and then FSR 3.0 or FSR 3 will be in the same manner. FSR 3 with frame generations, because there will be also regular FSR. And the same goes for NVIDIA's DLSS. But many people will confuse it, that it's the same thing when it's not. Oh, he has this, Dolor Amaris, which we got from Dolor. Which is spotless. When you land a critical hit with this weapon, it deals an additional 7 damage. Thread Iron Dagger. While his wielder is hidden, this weapon deals an extra 1 to 6 necrotic. Flesh Render. It's what is it? Oh, it's a short sword. It's in Githyanki design, and it has a move, Part the Flesh. Thrust forward with diabolical precision, possibly stemming your target's ability to heal. Ah. It's actually not bad. Is it one spare long rest or short rest? I feel like this could be really useful. I'm buying it. I'm buying it for Astarion. And then do we care about that +1 attack and garrote? No. I don't think I do. I think I should sell. Probably some green stuff. Yeah. I don't think there's any need carrying these. Oh, I see. The first sent it to Astarion's inventory, then to him. Okay.
Go forth, unholy assassin. Desecrate in your stride.
I wonder if I could pickpocket this guy. And then, what should we do with this? Just sell it? Because I don't think anyone else should wear light armor. You can't, right, Gale? Can you? Oh, you actually can. What's your AC? 12. With this it's 16. And it gives you shield and better initiative. And this Moon Devotion robe is like so conditional, it's almost not even worth it. Undead have disadvantage on attacks against you, and you have advantage on saving throws against their actions and spells, which could be also useful. Yeah, fuck it. I'm going to go with the light armor on Gale. Why not?
Let's get going.
Okay, let me save here. They don't have vision cones. Oh, now they do. Oh, they freak out. Okay.
All's well that ends not as bad as it
I
could have.
guess Saravak should have a massive lore dump.
Walk in blood, unholy assassin. It is Lord Baal's will.
He does not. That is...
You wear our Lord's will well. Go forth and render murder in his name.
That's very surprising.
You wear our Lord's...
Wow, okay. Maybe they just expected it, that there will be people who will likely kill him, especially even if they would join and use that deception. When they see it's Valeria, maybe they would feel sorry. If Valeria was like a cute elephant, I think I would feel sorry, but not this way. Let's save, and let me just take a short break. Be right back. Alright, let us continue.
Best be on my way.
Those were the guards. Is there like anything on the sides here? It's just a chasm. That was the prison. Might as well check that single ways over there. That's it, I think. Let me look at our journal. Disable the Still Watch. We learned that the Still Watchers are being assembled in the Still Watch Foundry down by the lower city docks. Now we have the Baelish amulet and the Temple of Baal's location. We can finally face Odin. Justice Saravak found us worthy of entering the Temple of Baal. He gave us an amulet to open the doors as well as the temple's location. We should go there. Odin awaits. We were anointed unholy assassin at the murder tribunal, gaining access to the Temple of Baal. We need to find Odin if we are to rescue her victim in time. We completed this. We slew the Holyphant investigator Valeria and must bathe in her blood to become unholy assassins. We became unholy assassins of Baal at the cost of investigator Valeria's life. We wetted ourselves with her blood and were granted a way to access the Temple of Baal. We found a trail of muddy footprints in the wall. They reek of the sewer. That's where we should go next to find Mince. So I think I still want to pursue that objective before doing anything with Orin. I'm not sure how long we should like leave the whole Orin thing. Probably we will end up saving it until one of the last things on the list. And can we even talk about what just happened?
Even being in the presence of that amulet makes my skin crawl. It's like feeling the eyes of Baal himself settling upon us.
You wish to consult me?
The amulet of Baal. It's hardly a triumph of fashion, but it does have its uses.
Indeed. We have to go up to go to camp, so that means we should get Jahira. I'm not sure if I wanna progress the Orphic Hammer quest either. Yeah, we have to wait for the load again. Because, oh, by the way, I restarted the app. We are still on 2080. But it kicked me because I was AFK for too long. And I also went and ate. I'm just waiting for it to render properly. It's almost like it takes longer than before, huh? So wait, is that a real house then? No. Let me just look at the mailbox over here. So we have not checked this. Repairs payment. Thank you for repairing my wife's ways. She's been sad ever since the upper city was sealed and she can't see her siblings. And this will go a long way to cheer her up, as the waste was a gift from them. I've added gratuity to your fee to cover your rush and in gratitude for the care you took. Okay. Or maybe we should speak to Lorroakan, do the Gale thing because he's with us. Sounds like a reasonable choice too. Fuck it, let's do it. I don't care about continuity that much. Because I feel like that would lead me to like bad outcomes overall, you know? It's simply that if people choose to watch one episode but they don't watch the others, which I know many of you do, then they will just miss out, but whatever. It's more natural this way, because this is how I would play, like going all over the places. Actually want to buy your lockpicking tools.
Godspeed, and come back whenever you need something.
So let's do... wait, there was also this house over here. I wanna check this house. It's this house, okay. That I ignored. Find ingredients here. Is this like an alchemist place? Oh yeah.
Find all the remedy and alchemy ingredients you need at Bonecloak's apothecary.
Got the itch to wander? Bonecloak, I'm putting together what looks to be a profitable fungus harvest expedition. You in the mood to join us and get out of the city for a while? I've got a hot tip about a fairy circle near... Oh, sorry, it doesn't say. A fairy circle of natterjack toadstools in the trollbark forest. Should be enough for both of us. If you're interested, pack your fungus hunter gear and meet me at the end of the next Sunday at the Wailing Wave up the coast in Lottar's Lantern. I will be watching for you. Tango Totalhood. End of my rope. Esteemed Apothecary Bonecloak, I've got myself into a fix and need some medical advice to get out of it. To deal with my spells, for the last 9 months, I've been drinking a daily healing potion following a recipe I got from Baldur's mouth, except I always double the sherry. The trouble is, it isn't working like it used to. My spells are coming back and I'm afraid to increase the dosage because I saw what happened to Aunt Balmere. What can you prescribe? I'll come by tomorrow for a little consultation. Bugs Stillwater.
Bonecloak's apothecary.
Oh.
Buy Bonecloak's potions, renowned for value and potency. The trader appears encouraged by your interest in this item, though of course you'll need to pay for it.
Wait, is this the dwarf guy that we rescued? I think it is. Balin Bonecloak. I mean, he looks like it. He wears the same clothing. He's bald, and he said to meet him in the city. So it must be him. It was free, that's why I stole it. Hello?
The trader appears encouraged by your interest in this item.
Probably registered my input. Can we even talk?
What? Look what the cat dragged in. Haven't seen you since you cleared up me old noggin in the Underdark. How you been?
Not as cheaper as you, it seems.
No time to waste dragging my feet. Gotta make up for the time I wasted while my brains were inside out.
Where are things in the city?
To quote you, I can't complain.
I did not say
I
that.
hear this and that about absolutists in the city and someone running around on a murder spree, but I haven't had any trouble. If I'm lucky, they'll go for Derek next.
Where is Derek?
Fled in the night, and haven't seen her ugly face since. For the best. She was cruising for a lesson after what she did.
I wouldn't have healed you if I knew you were a violent man.
Don't you be judging me. So you made it to the city with curtsies and cajoles. Is that right? I didn't think so. So don't you be judging me.
I guess we could choose to not say that, but it doesn't seem to matter.
And to thank you for your good help, I'll take a lot off the top. Just for you.
Really? Your attitude is unchanged, however. Okay. I'm just going to buy your potion of speed. Is there anything upstairs? To Glumber from Derek. Dear old Glumber, I don't know if I'll ever send this, but I think writing it will help clarify my thoughts such as they are. And I think if anyone in the world would understand, it's you, you old hermit crab. I should never have married Balin. I don't know why I should be reluctant to write it that. I certainly tell him that to his face every time I get mad at him. You're the one I should have married, Glumber. But when the time came to choose, the younger Balin had a certain twinkle in his eye that I fell for like a drunken ox. The twinkle is long gone, along with most of the wits behind it. Balin's mind is unraveling, he knows it, and it's made him mean. He depends on me to help him get through the day. He insists on my help, but he also hates that he needs it. I don't know what I'm going to do, Grum. He's... There is journal. I know I'm no saint, never have been, and though I have always had a sharp tongue, if you ask me, I'd have told you I don't have a mean bone in my body, not really mean anyway. But look at the sorry sack of shit I have become. I guess being married to Balin for so long left more of a mark than I thought. Even Balin, when his fury came on him, never left me more than bruised, but now I feel broken. And why, for the love of Dumatron? Balin's healed. He got his mind back in the Underdark, and he's his old self, and I guess that's the problem. When he was adult, I could blame our problems on his befuddlement and how angry it made him and me. Now he's back to his old self, and his old self isn't someone I want to be around. I don't know. As I said them before, when we met and actually healed him, they do seem like they are both in the wrong.
Someone bringing back the bloody puzzle section.
Were you doing nothing, or were you waiting for a friend? Which is it?
Okay, fine, I will steal the pictures. Funny, I remember I read like a line in the patch notes how they fixed like the line of sight of NPCs through windows or something like that. Maybe I'm making the Windows part up. But remember how last time we got caught by that? Which is kind of funny. Because it's still a thing. In like Amber's house. But there's a small... Oh, there's a lab here in the hatch.
Someone there? Tricks. A very penetrable pocket. Step carefully.
We'll know anyway, so let's not pickpocket him.
You've been caught in the act. So much for the perfect crime.
And the stolen goods
You're
bag.
off the hook. At the cost of your illicit prize.
I guess you could argue that he heard it. The camera. Oh my god, that's a lot of materials. I don't know what we handed back. Hopefully not something that... Given our waste situation, I don't think it was anything that we stole from before, you know. We just sort by weight. Just so everyone's inventory will get organized. Let's do a latest to double check. We have the painting. I don't know, it's super hard to tell. Given how many items we have, you know? I also increased the GeForce Now's streaming limit. Remember how I did that one time, but I thought it would affect performance, and then I went back to the default settings, but then after looking into it, it seems like the only thing that people say is if your ISP does like shady shit when they limit your or throttle your speed if you use way too much data. I just doubled mine. It was 10 gigabytes by default, now it's like 20 per hour. Which hopefully, because it increases the bitrate, which hopefully would result in less smudge on the screen. Especially after I render it, because it's pretty sharp for me, but I notice after rendering it and after uploading it to YouTube, as usual, the quality suffers. Because of their own encoding process. Yeah, that was running in about 20 frames there. Crazy. What are these noises? Oh, it's just a quasit. Sometimes the inputs don't register for the sneak properly. It's like the same when I press J once. Especially after it updates, it won't open instantly. Like I have to press it again. And also the character shift still does not open when I press N. But you know, these are like minor things. I think there's a wall behind me, a secret wall. Certainly looks like it. I like how that's like an expected thing in every basement that we visit. I don't see checks though. But usually when there's nothing, see, you can't move the camera. But there's definitely something there. Notice. Preparing brews. Bake off. Oh, there's a lever. Ooh. Okay. Is that a lamp? Oh.
What a day. Let's crack it open.
Counting house safe key number 3. We used our Misty Stab. So I should replace, as of now, to, I don't know, Brand Awake, I guess.
Let's get going. Swift as my feet can carry me.
No, this place feels all too underdarky for me.
Yeah.
You are speaking of my home, Spawn. It is pleasant to be reminded of it.
Oh dear. You're not going to come over all pleasant and homely, are you?
Okay. I was missing those dialogues. Wow. Oh, because it's a beaver bank. Oops. Can't remember if the beaver bang will disperse. It does. There's more.
Looks empty.
Yeah, that is not like a hidden path into like a underground area, or rather an underdark entrance. I think the underdark is supposed to be bigger though. Like, of course it is because of Menso Baranza, right? What we have seen was just a small chunk of it.
Keep your distance, darling.
To this day, I see so many people missing it. Like, because I'm posting Baldur's Gate, right? A lot of Baldur's Gate videos get recommended to me. Which has its disadvantages because many people just straight up post spoilers. Like, not just in a thumbnail, but their full title is a spoiler. Like, super hard spoilers. I'm not so much different than that, I guess. But I try, as I have said before.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Letter from the healer. My lady Bone Cloak, after examining your husband's condition, it seems clear that he is suffering from a degeneration of cognitive capacity that is quite treatable with the mushroom noble stock. As I know your shop to do considerable trade in the fungus, I expect him to be healed imminently. Congratulations on this happy news, Dr. Haggerty. That's what we used on him. Extracts, the rule of 3. I know we read this. Alchemy pouch. Oh, we could just take this if we want to. It's the same thing, right? Why does it have an item now? Oh, did I get rid of my own pouch? Hold on. Sort by type? What is this pouch then? Oh, that's the quest item one. What is this? I think that's just some that I'm carrying around. What is this handbag? Oh, an actual handbag, right? Oh no! I just duplicated it somehow. Like, for whatever reason, the finger went into this, which we already bought or had. Send that back to camp, and that's, yeah, that's the walnut one. Oh, hang on, we can try this now, maybe. Let's put in... Garlic should not mold. Oh. It just turns everything into moldy food. The choking stench of sulfur wafts from these slimy green eggs. Seems like I can use it. It's not such an easy task, is it? So wait, so... If I have an item that's like 1 in terms of camp supplies, could I upgrade it to mold? Oh, there's another alchemy pouch. Okay, I'm just not going to... Actually, let's take it to see if it gives me another finger for whatever reason. It does not. Ah, shit. Bone cloak, apothecary, chest key. Maybe for the chest upstairs. Oh, or it could be the one for like one of theirs. They were locked too. Valence alchemical notes. No way to get this Blasphemous potion right with that. With what? Sorry. No way to get this Blasphemous potion right. What with Darit knocking around the place? Bloody cow sweeps like she's getting paid to wreck my head. Maybe Margaret, maybe Amanita. Must send Darit on the hunt. Another failure and rent due. Ought to send her out on the street. What the fuck? Okay. I feel like I kind of judged Darit too harshly earlier, but given that, they are both bad. Dude. Interesting. It's interesting that this place doesn't have that much of a significance. But why would it?
Just 3 times. Only have to say it 3 times.
Perhaps if we let Darit... Oh, that's bad. Perhaps if we let Darit, like, keep... what's his name again? I keep forgetting. Balin. Be under the spell, or whatever it was. Like, stay under it. Maybe that... things would change. Maybe she would take over the shop and all that. Okay, this was the wine festival. It's the palace. Although, maybe that's in the upper city already, because the wall is right there, and this is the crossing to the upper city. Let's go and investigate fellow gear's fireworks. I am avoiding this place for now. It doesn't say this one is stealing. Armor trader.
You in need of protection, friend? What am I saying? Everyone's in need of protection. Don't be shy. This armor can't keep you alive if it's sitting here with me.
Let me take a look at what you have.
News of your good deeds has traveled fast.
Oh.
The merchant is all too happy to extend a certain generosity towards you, where the price of goods is concerned.
Oh. But not much. Only 10. Oh, actually, you don't really sell anything. Armor of agility. Add your dexterity modifier to your armor class. Additionally, this armor does not impose disadvantage on stealth ability checks. Saving throw +2. This 17. So technically, with this, we could reach something real high, right? I'm thinking we should get this for ourselves, but wait, there's a way to test this. That's the only thing he has.
The way I see it, you've got the folk who invest in quality armor. And you've got the corpses who try to play it cheap.
I think that's the first half-elf with a beard that we have seen. He is a half-elf, right? Yeah. No, he's a high-elf? I thought they can't get beards. Am I crazy? Whatever. Whatever. We can check that if I ever make a new character. And if I remember. So if I exchange this right now to an actual armor, rage is impeded by heavy. It should be impeded by everything. But I'm not proficient with that one. Do you have... Hold on. We do have proficiency in medium armor. Because remember we tested this. So actually this should work. Who's wearing this? Oh, Gale. And see, rage is not impeded. So that armor, the demon armor or the devil armor, is bugged, the one that we got from Raphael. Because technically that is supposed to give me proficiency. It's really unfortunate. I don't have it now because it's on Jaheira, but we can just check it again. But that means I could use this guy's armor instead of this. To get more AC. How much is it?
Easier to don some armor than learn to swing a sword. If you can manage the extra weight, that is.
Ooh, too much. Too much. Are you the weapon trader?
Need something for defense? Or maybe offense? Either way, I've got what you need.
News of your good deeds
Nice.
has travelled fast. The merchant is all too happy to extend a certain generosity towards you, where the price of goods is concerned.
The dead shot. The number you need to roll a crit while attacking is reduced by 1. This effect can stack. I think we've seen this probably. The wielder doubles their proficiency bonus when rolling range attacks with this weapon unless they have disadvantage. And then Flail of Ages. Elements of an epoch. Depending on what kind of damage this weapon does, it also inflicts acid condition, chill condition, or burning condition. Elemental Age. Give the Flail of Elemental Ages a +1 bonus to attack rolls and an additional 1d4 acid, cold, or fire damage to its strikes depending on the Elemental Age embodied. The blade can be unequipped and equipped again, but has to stay on the spellcaster's person. It's not a blade, it's a flail. It even says so. So are these truly unique effects or not? I'm sometimes confused by this. I like these ones because those are like, you know, stuff that Larian made up. So they are technically new for the most part, I think. Okay.
Trade's booming. Folk are scared. I'm better to be scared and armed than scared and empty-handed, I always say.
I don't know about that. Oh, cat. Borsik.
Hold, Seeker. Have you come to swear yourself to Treacherous by my paw?
Whoa, with that voice. Yes, yes, I have.
Yes, yes. Together we shall spread the word of the wonder in her every paw step. I will sing her name in the streets, and you will bring her prayers to those suffering 2 legs instead of 4.
This actor, whoever voice acts this cat, is probably the best cat voice actor we have seen. Treacherous. Oh, I didn't get anything. I thought I would get buffed.
Yes? Will you now heed the most splendid Treacherous' call?
Yes, I pledge myself to shares.
Yes, I will sing her name in the streets, and you...
Okay. Sad. Sally with the murders. Oh, but also where the fireworks are. Maybe I should also revisit that house where the Mind Flayer supposedly died or killed people. But hang on. Oh, we got his brain, so he's probably dead. So where's the entrance? Over here.
It's alright. I'm gonna help you.
The guard is busy with their patrol and had.
I think we talked to these guys before.
Maybe. If I save up
Yeah.
for another 10 day, I'll be able to get a medium-sized one.
Probably just a dead cat. Maybe a few dead cats.
For Logir's fireworks. Once it's lit, you commit.
First Lord Gortash, now these leaves.
Teddy bears ready for collection. Dear Mr. Sonshall, the next batch of teddy bears is ready for collection at my place. Please inform me when the next shipment of supplies is ready for me. I have the next batch of bears ready to be stuffed. Regards, Arthur Gregoria. Threatening letter. I hope you're proud of yourself, Mr. Sonshall. I haven't been able to hold a pen in 10 days thanks to the burns I got from your blasted fireworks. Expect a visit from my lawyers. I'll be seeking full compensation. Letter to Mr. Sonshall. A letter scrawled in a child's handwriting with endearingly misshapen letters. Dear Mr. Sonshall, please, can we have more colors of fireworks, please? I love fireworks. Thank you.
Oh, please.
Still breathing.
Nice.
Despite it.
Those letters, when it's written by a child, always remind me of Little Inferno.
What about a Lantanese candle? Would you throw one of them?
Good. Employees only past this point. You want to buy something? Talk to Mr. Sonshall.
Uncle Falogir sent me.
Ah! Right you are. Head on up then.
Probably just a
Silver tongue better than any key.
Good. Faces, hands, and eyebrows. How do we protect them?
Watch for wind direction. Put on your gloves. And a light at arm's length.
Very good. And what does Uncle Falogir always say?
Once it's lit, you commit.
Excellent! Now remember, Falogir's fireworks accepts no liability for singed nails, toasted eyelashes, loss of limbs, scalded torsos, or blown off heads. Now, you there. What can I do for you?
You feel an all too familiar squirm in the recesses of your mind. He has a tadpole.
Aha! A fellow friend of Gortash. Praise the Absolute. I have a special sample, available just for you, if you wish.
Sure, why not?
This one will be very useful against any and all enemies of Gortash. Be sure to be clear of its explosion area. Please enjoy responsibly, and nowhere near this establishment. Is there anything else I can do for you?
What else do you do for Lord Gortash?
What else? I don't know what you mean. We're purveyors of smoke powder. Anything that can be lit, flamed, or fired up. Smoke powder is a beautiful mistress. She will not be limited to one form, and she is quite malleable in the right hands. What are you really asking, friend of Gortash?
Gortash sent me to check on your latest order. We do this because we have favorable beginnings for this one, instead of intimidation.
I see. Then he must not have received my update. You may bring this message to him. Everything is right on schedule. The next batch will be dispatched within a 10-day. Exceptional quality, if I do say so myself. The Gondians will know it when they see it. I believe that concludes this purchase order.
We very much appreciate Lord Gortash's continued honoring of our humble establishment with his custom.
That was the R he gave.
Good lad. Steady. Steady. Have you tried the Lanternese candles? Or perhaps the delicate simplicity of a perfectly crafted torch is more to your taste?
I'm not sure yet. Can I see what you have for sale?
Of course. Browse responsibly now.
Woglins, Squidgens, Pop Drakes. They are all the same damage, probably just different colors. Heartlight Bomb. Bait a nearby area in light. Oh wait, Cemetery Blue Torch. Drunk Purple Torch. Plague Green. Ooh. Buy those.
Remember, once it's lit, you commit. And if it's not a firework,
looking a little
do whatever you
rusty.
like.
Are we scheduled for maintenance?
I know we have the Necromancer's Torch right now, but I wanna use these. Plague Green. Then the others can also equip one of each color. Drunk Purple. Astarion probably doesn't need one. Cemetery Blue, and that's another Plague Green. Just so I know I won't sell them, that's the main reason why I'm equipping these.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Also, let's get out of this menu. Also, did I fix this? No.
Gonna need to change out this barrel soon.
Steady. Any spillage and they'll be picking my teeth out of the roof beams.
He's a bit of a genius, isn't he? At sales, not fireworks. Of course, it helps to have the only license in town to sell the stuff.
Are we scheduled for maintenance?
Can't afford a failure on a critical pipe.
Not critical, just a bastard if it breaks.
Any torches, matches, wizards, or other sources of open flame, keep them unlit, please.
Do you think it would be bad if I use the flaming thing of Gale? The flaming hand? I forgot what it's called, the cantrip. Do you even have it?
Wicked, I see.
I don't see it.
Pressure steady. Are we at temperature yet?
Maintaining temperature. Steady at the mark.
Would you throw one of them? I want to go.
I'm guessing it does not. Am I crazy? I don't see my cantrips. Why do I feel like I have way less options here than I otherwise do?
Looking a little rusted. Are we scheduled for maintenance?
There's a hatch there. Well, let's go upstairs.
Not critical, just a bastard if it breaks. Won't blow us up.
Done. 8, 9, 10. Good. All fingers intact.
Another friend of Felagir? All right. Just remember the top floor's off limits, password or not. Looking to buy a little something extra then?
What's upstairs?
That could not be less of your business.
It will be. But what have you got?
Smoke powder in its earthier forms. For purists only.
Oh, so bombs. Malice. Consider active weapon with poison. Targets must succeed a constitution saving throw or become blinded and poisoned. Spore grenade.
Can't afford a failure on a critical pipe.
Not critical, just a bastard if it breaks. Won't blow us up.
Ooh, that's expensive. But we kind of need it. I'm going to buy this.
Don't jostle any of the merchandise on your way out.
Temperature yet? Maintaining temperature. Steady at the mark.
Boom, bang, blast. The joy of fireworks. This book contains several recipes for bespoke firework concoctions and appears to have been written with the intent of being mass-produced. Introduction. If you find my little book in your hands, it is most likely because you, like myself, live for the thrill of combustion. It can be a throat, discovering an outlet for such a passion that leads not to destruction but to delight. Delight. This is the point entire of the art of fireworking, to enchant, to move, to titillate. Within these pages you find the distillation of my many years of firecraft, with the hope of elevating this craft I love so well. I wish you the best of luck, and do stop by my shop in Baldur's Gate for supplies, advice, and camaraderie. Camaraderie. Okay. I know this word, I don't know how to say it, okay? I'm always keen to meet like minds for explosive conversation. Sincerely, a very Sonshop.
Have a lot on my mind.
To be fair, I forgot who this fellow gear fellow was.
Gonna need to change out this barrel.
All I remember that he is connected.
Employees only, Pastia. If you're expecting any packages, they'll bring them down to you.
Pipes are looking a little rusted. Are we scheduled for maintenance? Can't afford a failure on a critical pipe. Not critical, just a bastard if it breaks. Won't blow us up.
So what are we trying to do here?
Pressure steady. Are we at temperature yet?
Huh?
Maintaining temperature. Steady at the mark.
Why can I not see it? Oh, right here. Investigate the suspicious stores. Seems as though Felagir's Fireworks has more specialized explosives too. Smoke powder bombs, to be precise, and it looks like Lord Gortash is involved. We should keep looking. Another vein, huh?
Picking my teeth out of the roof beams. Where's the apprentice when you need one?
Pipes are looking a little rusted. Are we scheduled for maintenance? Can't afford a failure on a critical pipe. Not critical.
Do you remember which way we came?
It seems like you can easily fly up. Wonder if that was a loose floorboard or what. That we missed on the check. We are going to be alone if we do this way. Can I talk to him from here? Fist of Bane, Volga Drak. Wait, if I click on him, where do you go? What the fuck? They didn't even take damage.
Temperature yet?
But it seems like they are expecting maintenance.
change out his barrels in.
Oh, it's just straight up combat if I do this. Combat with everyone. I don't think I want to go down this route. But would that be very safe scummy? Possibly.
Still on my feet.
This is a dilemma. Because so far, I did save scum a couple times. I did choose to come in here. But I thought I would be scolded and not attacked. Is there like anyone on the first floor? Yeah. I mean, I'm not super against killing them. I'm thinking I will just reload this. Yeah, fuck it. It's not that big of a deal, okay? Be right back while it loads. Okay, you know what? I changed my mind. We made that choice. It was our choice. I'm not going to save scum. We're going to just fly back in there and do this fight. You know, I should have thought better. However, now the others are not in combat. Yes. I guess it's probably easier if I lead them in. No.
No choice but to keep going.
Don't move. Wait,
Can't
what?
even catch my breath.
He's bugged. Actions. What the fuck is happening?
So much for peace.
Is it just lag? Oh, it's just lag. Some massive lag.
What now?
Okay.
If I must.
Now, question is, what about that still watch?
Finish them!
Are they not going to interfere? Hold on. Okay, sorry. Just checking if the recording is okay or not.
Blood comes easy these days.
Well, obviously, frenzy. And then we can do something silly like switch there. Grab your ass. Then fly me to the moon. It would be nice if, yeah, like that. Bye bye. What an idiot. Would I throw you out too? Does not seem like it this time. Unless do a little fly. No. Okay. And then we can like trick them. Never mind, we can't. Probably don't want to stand there though. Maybe there so I couldn't be thrown out of the window. Ice Storm? No, I don't think so. Counterspell it. That should not work like that. Psionic Backlash. That's way too OP. It should not just go through like entire floors and walls. Are they surprised? Why are they skipping the turns? Oh. Why did you slip? What the? Oh no, that was the one that we hucked at the other one. Tombolt the Pallid. There's no option to retreat here either. I'm also noticing that Swarm AI is used less and less in the city. You know what would be cool? Do something like this. We do speed potion. That use my bonus action? Oh, because I drank. Okay. This may be even more effective. It's 0% though. Let's do this. Well, that sort of worked. Nice. Then we just go down one level. So we confuse them. Bye-bye. Actually, go up to the roof.
Just like old times.
That did not work out.
Spill some blood.
I love how the watch does not care at all. Let's do basic poison for the next turn. Maybe the watch will get involved. Oh, you know what? It's interesting how they do not react to the closet. The people, they are not afraid of them. I'm still quite confused why you guys don't have their turns. Oh, I guess they will. Okay, never mind. I looked at it wrong. Uh-oh. What about the watch? Do they just not care? That's crazy. You just got attacked. Okay. I mean, I guess in a sense it makes sense, but also it does not, you know? Is there Circle of Death? I don't know how you use it. Ooh, I think you could blow those up. Circle of Death on this guy.
My turn.
I guess never mind. Get up, Gale. Fuck. Get up, Mintara. Is it time that we use the X-Sack? I can't actually. I think I just have to throw it, even though it says it's a bonus action.
Let me strike.
You have to miss this step away, really. Okay, in that case... I don't think I can go up there. I will have to go all the way around. Oh, there's a door there. Oh, that's one level lower. Wonder if it's connected to the basement. Fuck. Smart. Smart that he shoved us onto the ice. And just, I think he just moved outside of our melee range. Maybe because of the ice, but still. Uh-oh. Fireball on Mintara. I'm going to let that happen. Because it will melt the ice. Which will benefit us more than them. Oh, there's smoke powder there. Also, remember, our own blood is also volatile. Raisin's blood. You know, I think I said this, but Raisin would have been a good name for a necromancer too. Instead, I just named our guy Raisin because his face looks like a raisin. A very red one. But Raisin can be red. If there's subsurface scattering on it. Which is the light coming through. Like, you can test it if you have like a mouse with like a red laser pointer. That's basically subsurface scattering. If you put your finger in front of the laser. It's like how the light penetrates thin things. Like ears, earlobes. I'm educating you. Okay, so I think all we have to do is just fly in. Do a little black hole. Oh, it didn't work on the other guy. That is fixable. Fly over there. Enraged throw. Well, throw it into this then. Because it may react. And then go to this barrel. Do an X, pick it up. Yes, excellent. Knight's connected. Then we are going to throw again. We are going to go and do our favorite candle trick. Unlike this guy. Hopefully this will work. I too love explosions. And then we just bounce. I don't think we have the movement. Yeah, and this little awning is inaccessible. Whatever, I'm sure no one will knock me out. And if they do, I won't suffer that much damage. Because that is water now. Oh, you know what? All the ice melted this turn too.
Time to move.
I want to pull off this shot, so it would get feared. It did not work. In that case, I want to suckle on you.
Let's do it.
So you get bloodless and I get happy. Because you are a humanoid. And then Bane's command, this creature can channel Bane's red. It is the Black Hand's will. Which is what? 7 to 17. Strike with the Black Hand's ire, dealing more damage and frightening your target. Okay. Let's put him off balance. Did the silence work? It did not. Uncanny dodge. No target? What do you mean? How did you get hurt? Did you get hurt by the explosion somehow? I guess. What is your problem? What the fuck? Misty Step. Backlash it, but don't counter spell. This lady is stupid. I just commanded the AI. Yet look at the actions that she took. Could I reach you? I can, and I have advantage. Yeah. And then these guys won't reach me yet, so just stand over here. And perhaps drink a potion.
On your command.
So we want to... It's thunder, not electricity, so I can do this. And miss, of course. But I can attempt it again. Nice. And then just move this way, I think. Because she's a bit low. Are you going to follow me? No. Mobile shot? Would that push me or something? So he's charmed now. Ooh, I could probably blow all this shit up too. Something to consider. Fireball. This time I will cancel it. Fireball on 2 targets. Yeah, let's see. Did voice of command. What she did. Why do these guys get aura of murder? Oh, because of Astarion. Never mind. It's my aura. That's just Ash. Okay, Tombolt is the only guy there, but there's that lady. Technically I could fly there, throw that guy to the other guy, but then I can't fly back. I think it's best if I stay up here. Let's do a double throw. No! No! What? Why did you come back? What the fuck is wrong with you? Well, they are both dead, so whatever. Anyone on this floor? I don't think so. What happened? What happened to the
Shall we dance?
turn order? What the fuck?
This is worth the cost.
That's crazy that they can fly all over the way over there still. Okay, that is useless, therefore... I don't know, that won't work either. Stab the guy. Again.
I'm ready.
21 FPS, nice. Very nice. So, you are probably going to be dead if I do this. Just double attack this guy. Poison worked. Nah, I can dodge out.
Keep guessing. Destroyer.
Okay, Gale. There's one guy standing in the water. Tough, because this would affect me too. I don't have the movement to do this. Wait. Wait a minute. Oh, it's mean hand only. Fuck. So I was expecting those fireballs before on Jahira when we used them to turn out to be a fireball sometimes. I wonder it never worked. I guess I can do Ray of Frost then. Nice. It did put us into danger too, so just don't move. And then with you,
A wise move.
well, the best thing to do is just do an alchemist fire. That is Astaria, not Mendora. Really? As a whole person on you then. Thought so. Let's do this. Just up our armor class. Anyway, I could have used the scroll. I just didn't want to. Because I'm not even sure if it would reach that far if we explode all this. Although there's a bunch of shit in here, but it could kill Mintara too. And even Astarion. I do want to blow this place up, because why not? Counter spell. This guy tried to cast Fireball all fight. That's all he does. Ah, he slipped. Maybe we do have to restart after this. It just goes down to 16. Holy shit. Well, that did work out. Killed the guy. Why do I have this? Oh, because of the cloak, right? Yeah. At the beginning of the Vero turn, the cloak activates, granting enemies disadvantage on attack rolls that target the Vero. This effect lasts until the Vero takes damage. Okay, who's left? It's just that one guy. Okay, brand. Oh, it's two guys. No, it's one guy. Branded against. What damage are we even doing with Raisin? Is it piercing? I think it's piercing.
This feels good.
On with the weave.
Just freeze her. Oh, I don't think she isn't standing in water. Never mind.
The lesson is death.
Oh, good job, Gale. $30, $34. It could be all the fluids too. I know that's a thing, not just the AI. No.
Not for communal use, it seems.
You know, that's a bit of bullshit. Let's save.
Have you seen the size of a Lanternese candle?
Why is this chat here? Infernal maze.
Oh, please.
Did you see that?
Being arrested for theft. If you have a defense, make it now.
Try to talk your way out of it. This will be a high roll. Oh, it says even. It's 32. 9. Okay, let's go for intimidation. No, that's our chances. Okay, never mind. Persuasion. Since when is it a crime to admire fine craftsmanship? I just wanted a better look. Holy shit. Hold that again.
You've convinced them, for now. But transgress again, and no amount of talking will get you out of trouble.
Still think that's bullshit. Because these guards, I don't think they ever move. On a hit, the affected entity deals an additional 3 poison damage and can possibly poison its target. I don't like when they phrase it like that. Take out the affected entity part, because it makes it seem like that the opponent will do that.
One day I'll catch a break.
Get in. Oh, the door is also broken. And now this damn child will keep coming in here. So, let me just try and relaunch the... This will take a while, but I think it's worth it after a fight as this to see if performance would stabilize somewhat. I could try drying up the water.
Let's do that, please.
But it's really bad, so be right back. Okay, so it took me about 10-20 minutes, maybe 20 minutes to reload, because again, on GeForce Now it takes a lot to close the game mainly. And look, as soon as I loaded in, the doors busted themselves, so that's different. The frame rate is still shit. I don't think we have the opportunity to steal much because of these people. Do you have any comments about what just happened, sir?
I've just got to find something that only I can produce. That's really hard to replicate.
I feel you. It also blasted my ears as soon as I loaded in because it was so fucking loud. Why are you coming in here? Man, I really need to loot this place. Should I just kill them? I can kill this man by one tag. Let's go upstairs while that priest is inside. It is kind of crazy how they just don't react to this. Oh, there's the storage gate. No. Pick up the storage key. Apparently someone... Oh, you are following me, are you?
This is a restricted area. Time to explain yourself.
I will fuck you up. I will fuck all of you up. I had enough. I know the guards outside too, but... Oh, they are not hostile anymore. I think that lady was following me because she was the one who caught us rummaging through their pockets before.
Just until he has somewhere better to go. And he's not on it.
Interestingly, none of these guys have Speak with the Dead on them. Installation report. Installation of self-destruction element in the Iron Throne was successful. Use majority of explosives ordered. No question asked. No questions asked. None answered. Gortash will be pleased. So are they trying to establish the Iron Throne again? So maybe that's a failsafe in case Saravak would try and take the throne after all this is done, or maybe that's just against me if I ever sit in that throne, or Orin. I'm sort of leaning towards the conclusion that we have to kill both.
One day I'll catch a break.
Is it time to switch this pouch again?
Who's next?
90, 62, no.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
These barrels will pack a punch. Send them to my repertoire back home. Oh, I forgot to check the statue in the inn. I can do that later. Apparently this is armed.
Watch your back.
Doesn't seem like it, but let's just disarm it.
Don't linger.
Let's get going.
You know what? We took a fair bit of damage in that fight with Raisin. Ledger of production explosives, and then we have one on motivators. Goods delivered. Steelwatch Foundry, Rivington's Toymaker, Worms Rock Fortress. Payment on delivery. Restock scheduled for 2 10 days hence. And then motivators. Steelwatch Foundry, motivator switches. Request 6 delivered, 5 in production 1. Ah, I wonder if we can use that single one for something else. Send this to camp. Hold on. I'm not going to disable this one. Look, I'm too curious. I have to try this. I have to try speaking to them with the mask on. First use the mask, dummy.
Mutatis mutandis.
The corpse has nothing.
Fair enough. Oh, you know what? I can keep on the disguise for now.
Probably just a dead cat. Maybe a few dead cats.
The only real issue is, she knows. She knew. The kid also knew. Fuck you, kid.
You're being arrested for theft. If you have a defense, make it.
In the name of the absolute, kill them all!
Why has she done that?
Blood comes easy these days.
No, stop. Fuck. Huh? She's just bugged. She's mega bugged. Do I get this block? No, it's not. That's so cool, man. Oh, finally.
Finish them!
I think it's best if I just jump on her. And then finish it off with the other guys.
Looking ahead.
Yes, we could have knocked her out. I did forget.
Aren't we?
I don't think that kid is going to snitch on me, though.
I was following a kitty. When I found them again, when I came back, they were lying here.
Hush now. It's alright. I'm gonna help you.
I don't think I can do this safely.
That's a friendly looking shadow. Have to keep going. This calls for careful footwork.
Ooh. That's a lot. And we succeeded. Soot-stained letter. My dear fellow Avery, you have done well so far, but do allow the production of smoke powder to flag. No one will question a firework shortage in case of a crisis. Never fear, my friend. I take personal interest in your shop to cover my lost income. Or any lost income. My sincerest wishes for your success, G. I don't care much for the other fireworks and stuff. She sent this to Mintara. Okay, apparently we did not have the key. I swore I picked it up.
What now? Just like quietly.
Maybe I should drop the Gazette a few platinum. Wouldn't mind a nice ride-up.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. Don't want to draw any attention.
What the fuck? Oh, it counts sort of as a barrel. I see, it has a damage. Ooh, okay. You know, chances are I'm never going to use these things.
What path lies before me? Step carefully. There's a trap.
Moving.
Still breathing, despite everything.
That is a hidden room for sure. Anything else I could get rid of? Oh. These maces could go to camp. It's really unlikely I'm going to use all these weapons. I think I'm just going to send this to a stadium for the time being.
Don't waste a step.
Oh, that's the reason behind the key existing. These are all fancy torches too.
Yes?
Oh, there it is, the lever.
Well, hello. Be careful. There are traps about.
All right, what now?
Oh. All this room for just the barrels? Or do you actually want me to blow them up? Maybe it's time to use that hill giant strength.
Find a way forward.
Or cloud giant, rather. Fuck it. Yeah, and then if I pair this with the Colossus, it can be even stronger. But it's just that blue glow that we don't want. Oh no, you can't use both of them, right? Because it's an elixir. Yeah, it's an elixir, but what about the cloud giant? It's also an elixir. And what about the hill giant stuff? It's also an elixir. Okay. So technically, because of our size, we are weaker than if we are like carry weight wise. We are weaker with this than with the Colossus, I would say. Because I think the Colossus one got us up to 325, if I remember. But we are extremely strong now. I could do a weight check. Not in the mood for it though. Oh, you think this was the side door where we see those people talking about the rot? It is.
If they were being paid, the pages wouldn't be so flimsy.
Don't bother reporting it. The fists don't care what happens down here.
Okay. So what about the quest? Fireworks. We defeated the Bay Knights in Felogir's fireworks and stopped them distributing smoke powder explosives across the city. Guess I don't have to report that to anyone then.
Walking funny isn't a crime.
The Mystic should not be alive. Because we long rested. Am I correct? Mystic Carrion. Yeah, it's still there. I don't know if I should destroy its heart. Probably. Now technically we do have one extra parasite. Even if I go with the rule of 16. I mean, in the case that I go with the rule of 16, which I was kind of doing, just not addressing it.
Keep your distance, darling.
So I will go. I'm going to spend it in a Starian's level up thing. I think this is fairly useful for him. Stage fright too. But I'm going to go for this.
Let's go. Bless these still alive. So that's progress. These boots have seen everything.
This is the way to the Harpers. It's the dead bodies on the map. What's the murder target? I'm not sure if we explored this place though.
Funny isn't a crime.
Please, sir. Oh, please.
Yeah, this is like... Wait, is it? Yeah, I don't think I went this way before. Like, properly and all.
First Lord Gortash, now these noble adventurers. The mouth barely prints any criticism these days.
Baron's Coop.
Property in constant use. Gathering strictly prohibited.
So can't just go in there, but I could go into this one.
How delicious. Shall we? Let's crack it open.
To do. Moving in.
Oh, was it up the steps?
Kalisham awaits. Okay, this is an actual thing. Gauntlet with staring eyes carefully drawn at the top of the page. I came to this city to find others like me who'd fallen prey to a hag's wicked ways. And all I've met are skulls and slammed doors. I sought to make this house my base, but alas, my neighbors have banded together and made their intentions clear. One even accused me of trying to lure a hag here. I decided to leave and try my hand in Kalisham. I've heard stories of a group who not only defeated the hag, but trapped her in a salt shaker, likely the ravings of a money-hungry bard, but is still a lead worth following up on. I pray I can one day return to Baldur's Gate and rid this city of evil's hold, but that is likely far, far in the future. So I mentioned something about the hags before that I think stopped saying because I didn't know if that is the case, but the longer I play, the least I see any signs of said event or encounter happening. Basically, when I looked into that post about... Oh, so let me just turn off my fan, sorry. When I looked into the post of the cut content, I didn't read much of it, but I did see there was supposed to be a coven of hags in Act 2 that you could encounter. I don't think that's a thing. Because remember, that's why we didn't do the whole Marina thing. That's why we avoided the encounter with the hag. Like the hostile one. Because we did go down into her basement, but I don't think that pissed her off. And I think it's not a thing anymore, sadly. Don't know why they would cut such a thing though. I don't remember much else. They like, there's a shit ton of things, by the way. There's a shit ton of things that the or read it like through together of what was data mined, what was supposed to happen, with a lot of content, and it's apparently like around 50 or so hours worth of content or cinematics or something like that, or voice lines. I don't know, but it's like some huge number. I don't remember. You can take a look if you want yourself. I'm sure that post is still there. I didn't visit Reddit since a long time, because again, I mostly go there just to like look at technical stuff. Defeated Steel Watcher? What?
A broken steel watcher. A tag wired to it reads, "Unit defective. Return to the Steel Watch Foundry at the West Docks."
What are you gonna do? Arrest us?
What was this place? Old Joel's.
This is Joel's house. No letters, no clerics, no herb sellers, no potion peddlers, and no steel watch.
What a day.
It does not say no adventurers.
Something over there.
Something inside. I do see the sight line just on the edge.
Everyone has to contribute, my darling. We all have to take care of it.
Okay, so it does not make sense anymore for Gale to carry this. So we are just going to put the shield back on him. I don't think it interferes with spellcasting.
Never mind. I'm just trying to do. Alright. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
One day.
Letter from Silai.
But not yet.
Unless you want to set fire to the Baldur's Mouth Gazette.
Father, I heard about the risk of shortages in the city. I know you're absolutely unforgivable when it comes to shopping for yourself. So I sent some victuals that could see you through a whole season if you pace yourself. Do it for me. I love you very much and will be home for a long visit before you know it. God's willing. All my life, Silai. P.S. Will you tell Katora I say hello? I already sent Uli your love 1,000 times.
Don't mind if I do. Free for the taking.
Oh, what are you doing?
Everyone has to
What?
contribute, my darling. We all have to take
You just
care
picked
of
up the
it.
key.
Once the washing is finished,
Bet I can crack.
Okay.
you can play all you like.
Of course.
That's enough of that. Tash has everything under control. We don't need agitators like you ruining morale.
Mantras and meditations of the Sun Soul. Ah. Huh. I wonder if this is intended. Because in a way, aren't you not supposed to like say or tell what your mantra is? This book is redolent with the enticing smell of paper and ink, which they all say. Maybe this is also some cut content stuff. But this one, thematically, kind of makes sense.
I can go and get back up.
And you think we're just gonna sit here and wait for you and your hog friends to come back and arrest?
I really hope all the good things they said about you in the Baldur's Mouth Gazette are true.
No. Sorry. Where are we even? Oh, we are right next to the Gazette, I say.
I'll never understand people who don't want to be famous. The more the people like you, the more you can get away with.
And the more eyes on you.
I don't think that'd achieve much in the long run.
We should think about it more.
You should start your own opinion column.
I heard her guts were placed on the ground in the shape of the...
Wanna revisit this place to see if anything changed. I do still see the blood and the Mind Flayer blood. Also, was there a hatch in here? Or no? Perhaps something that we missed? This was the Tailor's house with the Mind Flayer stuff. Well, apparently not. This guy has 8 on him.
Oh, I'm sure they cleaned up the scene of the murder before they started serving customers again. Well, they must have done.
Which makes me think that a fight took place and someone cast the aid over here. And then they died.
The pieces before they sent the bomb.
We talked to these guys before. Okay. We did not visit the mortuary. But other than that, we kind of explored this like whole area almost, except the main building, which we may go to next. Or we could go to an adventure in the sewers in order to find Minsk. What's the time on the recording? This is 2 hours. I think the previous segment... let me just check, okay? Be right back. Okay, so we are about 4 hours in, so I can still go on.
No time to rest.
But if we are going to go to the sewers... then it's probably time to visit this place. I just kind of wanted to avoid it in case it would be like a long section.
Don't be smart with me.
There's Aradin, look.
Let me back in. I'll bring Lorroakan out here, you tin tube. You tell Lorroakan I went for his goddamn night song, and now he has to pay up. What are you looking at? Shit, it's you. You went looking for the night song after me. Please tell me you found it.
Why would I tell you that? It's none of your business.
Answer the question. Did you find it or not?
Didn't I knock this guy out in this playthrough, or was that another one? I'm just going to attack you. You won't tell me what to do, dude. That's right, no one tells me what to do. We. Now that you're dead, we can talk peacefully. On my terms, I guess.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Do we have anything of value?
Contract.
What is this contract?
Gold for night song. Got it from Lorroakan.
Did you fulfill your contract?
Failed. Goblins. So many goblins.
What did you want in life?
Money. Enough to buy peace.
Well, you have your peace now. Where are you from?
The gates. Born and bred. Adventurer. By legacy.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
No rest for the wicked, I see.
Is there a spell that grants you invisibility that I can cast on others? Turn a creature invisible. Yes, there is.
Invisibility. Never a dull moment.
He does not have the contract. Oh well. Look, that icon is also a placeholder. Examine the armor to discern its nature. Oh wait, I think I should switch back now. Whatever.
Whatever magic powers the armor is beyond your knowledge.
And if I head inside? Hello? I like how no one gives a shit that I just killed this guy. Let's try this again. Great.
Whatever magic powers the armor is beyond your knowledge.
Can I just go inside? Oh, I can. But I'm also invisible. But I can. Can I? Are you following me?
That's why you're slouching.
Maybe not.
Not a dicky bird. It's really quite disappointing.
Lorroakan's projection, projected image, also does not have an icon. This magical projection cannot be targeted or attacked.
Welcome, dear patron, to Sorcerous Sundries. I am an unperson in service of the revered wizard Lorroakan, proprietor of this fine establishment. To browse our wares, say trade. To provide information about the night song, say night song. If you are a city official here to collect dues, say taxes. For all other inquiries, say other.
Hold on, you said you are an armed person? What's that?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your query. To browse our wares, say
Are you going to go through the whole
if you are
thing?
a city
Yeah.
official here to collect dues,
Trade.
say enjoy our unmatched selection.
Ooh. Now, would you want to max out a projections attitude? Can you even? So scrolls of fly and the dimension door. Vest of soul rejuvenation. Defies rejuvenation. Whenever the wearer succeeds on a saving throw against a spell, they regain 1 to 4 hit points. Sounds like shit. The wearer can use the reaction to make an unarmed strike against any attacker that misses. That isn't that bad. Armor of Landfall. You gain a +1 bonus to spells DC. Green Bed Regeneration. When starting your turn on plant growth surface or vine surface, regain 1d4 hit points. It's also shit. Like, I don't know if they realize, but at the time in the game, that 1d4 is nothing when it comes to health. And it also has plant growth built into it. Jahira does use this. But she can also use a medium armor, so I think we are better off with what she has, the adamantine armor. No, she is wearing the devil armor. Birthright. Charisma +2. Look at that hat. Oh, look, and it says up to 22 instead of 20. Interesting. The thing that you pull so simply cannot grab is high effortless all this magical hooty-wooty casty spells. Your business is for me. A very stupid sorcerer at a wizard academy ball. Ring of Regeneration. Combat regeneration. At the beginning of your turn, the ring activates and heals you 1 to 4 hit points. This is also shit. But I guess at this point that could be said about the Ring of Flinging too, that I'm using. Quick Spell Gloves. Cantrips that cost an action cost a bonus action instead. This effect can be used once per short rest. Not that bad. Harper's Sacred Striker. Spiritual Weapon. But it's a level 6 version. Why is it? When it's not? Oh, does it mean that clerics just get that earlier or what? Not sure. Honestly, your stock isn't that great.
Please come again soon.
Let's talk more.
Welcome back to Sorcerous Sundries. How can I help you?
Taxes.
You are not Mr. Marvin Hudd, the collections officer assigned to this establishment.
Trust me, your taxes will be put to better use in my hands. Yeah, sure. Oh. I also forgot we don't have rupture, but we came very close. I reckon we can do this. God damn it, it's even lower. So that's a fail. Come on, just give me like something. Yes.
Logic detected. Petition approved. Enjoy.
Wow, you are the
How
worst.
else can I help you?
You are the worst on person. How much was that?
She can point us to the tome I need.
What? Bookseller? Okay. Gale also has a thing here, right? About the Crown of Curses.
Sorcerous Sundries. How can I help you?
Other?
To learn more about the search for the Night Song, say Night Song. To learn more about Master Lorroakan, say Lorroakan. To learn more about my good self, say projection.
Projection.
I am the product of an ingenious bit of magic performed by Master Lorroakan. I am blessed with sufficient intelligence to adequately run and protect the shop, Sorcerous Sundries. Because Master Lorroakan is engaged in important work, I take care of such banalities as speaking with customers.
Lorroakan.
To truly know Master Lorroakan is the work of a lifetime. Suffice it to say, he is a powerful, important man whose powers exceed the limitations by which most wizards are constrained. He resides in Ramazith's tower. Anyone bearing information leading to the capture of the Night Song may gain an audience with him.
Oh, so he's not here.
Great and powerful Lorroakan offering our humble group an audience. We are honored.
So I guess the tower must be in the upper city, but what about Gale&Mystra's place? Night Song.
The Night Song is a relic, hidden in an underground temple beneath a settlement near the river Chionthar. Master Lorroakan is offering a considerable sum for the object's retrieval.
I've heard enough. Night Song.
The provision of information that leads to the retrieval of the Night Song is worth a great deal to Master Lorroakan. Do you have information regarding the Night Song?
Yes.
Please proceed upstairs for further instructions. Thank you. Please come again soon and have a magical day.
No, I did not find what I'm looking for. Did you?
Not a dicky bird. It's really quite disappointing. Pick up some hair ointment for your father.
The water elemental.
Water elemental appears to turn towards you, showering everything with a bracing mist. The water elementals.
Oops, that was different.
The water elemental's form shivers before you, a damp patina dripping off your skin.
Have you seen how much the prices have risen? Might as well be throwing my gold straight into the lava elemental.
I think this is the lava elemental I have seen in the trailers or whatever, and this is the one I was confusing the one in Greenforge with before.
I want a pet elemental, but Mumbus says I'm not old enough. I wouldn't let it die like the goldfish, though.
Okay, kid.
It's not as if
The lava elemental looks at you placidly, near unfathomable heat beating against your face. The lava elemental stares back at you. You think you can feel your eyelashes starting to singe.
Hey, there's some free spells over there, just out of view, so you could actually steal them. Gold Vermling stuff.
find what you're looking for. In a little. I've got a bit more shopping to do.
Animated armor. Are you just here to guard? Yeah.
Pick up some hair ointment.
Huh? There's just a straight up corpse here? Oh.
I can tell you're a discerning customer. You're after nothing but the best. And luckily for you, that's exactly what I have. The best necromantic charms in the city.
or your money back. Just think of the possibilities once you have a fresh, high-quality, completely safe zombie at your disposal.
Gods, but it stinks! Oh, and it looks like somebody melted most of its flesh off. I'd be a laughing stock with that lumbering round off.
Now, you and I both know that being undead takes a toll on a corpse. We also do a range of fetching liveries and complimentary perfume spritzers. All seasonal, of course.
Complimentary, you say?
Oops. Clicked on the armor instead.
Do you think that zombie looks fresh? Is fresh good? I never know with zombies. Quiet, please. I'm trying to decide if shelling out for one of these things is worth it.
The newborn zombie gazes at you hungrily, pus drooling from its slack jaw.
They excel at all those humdrum menial chores. They're particularly good at cleaning, especially food disposal. They'll happily eat anything you put in front of them.
It is rather a pain to clean up after dinner parties.
Word of warning, mind. Make sure you empty them frequently. Otherwise, you might have a gut explosion on your hands. And everywhere else, really.
Empty them? How? Oh, you know what? I'm not sure I want to know.
Apologies. I'm with a customer at the moment.
Oh, come on. You seem like the most interesting character in a while. Wizards of Note, Lorroakan, Editor's Edition. This book appears to be a bespoke edition and not mass printed like others in the series. A note is affixed to the front page. Dear Sir, though I appreciate your attempt to contribute to our popular series, I'm afraid we are not accepting reader submissions at this time. Furthermore, I would recommend our fact-checker, Hope Candor, for your personal employee should you wish to attempt to publish this volume under a different name elsewhere. Kind regards, Embark. Tolna Tommonger. Is this the lady? I think so.
Literature department. Can I help you?
Why are you whispering?
These books are sensitive. They prefer an environment of quiet reverence.
You're probably not. Okay. Is that true, books? Are you sensitive? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so sorry.
I'll think about it.
Sorry.
Look what you've done. By all the gods, I'd give my ear for the least bit of respect for the written word. Go act the clown on your own time. Come back when you've cobbled together some manners and are prepared to pay for the damages.
Okay, I pay. Sorry about that. I now understand books needed to be well treated. Lesson learned 400.
That's better. How can I help you?
I'd be interested in any especially rare tomes you might have.
Bold. You might have heard that our library has a collection other shops would lack the skill to curate. Between us, even Master Lorroakan was reluctant to house them in his tower. The pen is mightier than the magic wand, apparently. They're locked away here for their and our customers' safety. Our finest reserve includes the Tharkiot Codex, the Annals of Karsus and Netherese Folly, Sights of the Sealy, and the Curriculum of Strategy. Do any of those interest you?
Yeah, the Codex. That's related to the necromancy of Tay. The Tertiate Codex.
Interesting choice.
I do.
If I didn't know better, I'd think you might have the necromancy of Thay
Indeed,
in
I
your
do.
possession. I'd advise tremendous care with the Tharkiot Codex. The cost of unlocking its mysteries is onerous.
We got it? Okay. Sights of oh, can I buy one of these rare tomes?
Buy? Books as temperamental as these are not on sale. They are secured in our vault, where none can harm them, nor can they do any harm. I'm happy to describe the wonders that lie between their covers, but I'm afraid purchasing them is simply out of the question.
But did that put it into my inventory or no? Let's do this. I came here all the way from Neverwinter to admire your collection. Couldn't I just speak into the void? Apparently I can.
Customers like you are why I prefer the company of books. The only way to gain access to the vault is through my office. And before you ask,
oh,
no, you are not allowed in there either.
Ah, interesting. I was gonna say, it's kind of silly that you can solve every problem with just a roll if you succeed. And because we now succeed so many rolls, then this would be just child play. But given this reply, I'm very happy with the outcome, that she just doesn't allow it. So, did we get the codex or no? I heard like a book noise. Hunter's Guide to Hacks. I think we probably read that already. No, it would be funny if you can just right click it in here to read that. I think we pretty much have all the spells as well. Well, all the wizard spells. Oh, she likes me. Probably because I paid her. The bearer's weapon and unarmored deal an additional 1d4 damage against lightly or heavy rolls for creatures and creatures made of shadow. I will sell that. I won't sell that. When you heal a creature, you gain a plus 1d4 bonus to attack rolls and saving throws for 2 turns. Actually, don't sell that, because that could be abused in dialogue. Probably not going to abuse it, but it could be used. I'm not going to max her out. I'm just going to get some money back. Actually, no, don't do that. Why would you do that? You can just go back to that other trader. Yeah, let's not do that yet. Downfall of the Iron Throne. We read this.
No one stopped me yet.
Okay, so apparently we did not get any books.
Well, at least they seem...
How can I help you?
How might I get permission to enter the vault?
The vault is strictly prohibited for customers. If you don't cease this foolishness, the rest of Sorcerer's Sundries will be as well.
Okay, about those rare books.
What would you like to know?
Size of the Sealy or Sully?
Its author was a spectacularly talented halfling. She was, allegedly, able to establish contact with members of the Sealy court. Can you even imagine what wonders the Fey Pantheon might have revealed? Oh, incredible.
Okay, so I assume the Sealy Court is the Fey Pantheon then. The curriculum of strategy.
You've heard about the Red Knight, I trust? Devout strategist made exarch of Tempest. This treaty is a compilation of her own design, kept here on the material plane for the benefit of us mortals. Quite rare.
Okay, the Annals of Curses and Netherese Folly. This is what we actually came here for.
It is said to be written by Lord Carsus himself, the Netherese arcanist who attempted to replace the goddess Mystra, failed, and was banished for the attempt. Great magical knowledge lies within those pages, but not many can withstand it.
That's it. That's what I need.
Oh, he's whispering
The
too.
Annals of Carsus would no doubt have much to say about the crone's true nature. If only you could read them.
Surely there's some amount of gold that could convince you to part with the book.
I already told you. It is locked in our vault. And with good reason. Imagine if a tome so dangerous was sold to someone with such poor comprehension.
Thank you, I've learned more than enough. I keep forgetting you have to whisper.
You certainly have. Even simple knowledge of these tomes is enough to stimulate most.
Think of the possibilities once you have it fresh.
This is hardly the time for idle banter. The Annals of Carsus are here, waiting to be read.
You wish to consult me?
Now. Well, hello. What can I do for you?
We also do a range of fetching liveries and complimentary perks.
You're a fellow bargain hunter, I see. The hidden gems here are far better value than the rare books Tolna keeps locked behind the desk.
Behind the desk.
Handfuls of assorted mushrooms. You can never have too many.
Oh.
What they have in the back.
No, I don't think it'd hurt. They'll probably have even less tomorrow.
Madness. Utter madness. Next they'll start panic buying parchment.
There's a lot of domestic tasks that are, quite frankly, beneath me. I'm sure you'll manage.
One moment. I'm trying to work out how many pinches of mugwort is equivalent to one of Mother's Leaf. Well, at least they seem to use the...
Would you mind if I finish browsing before you muscle in, please? I was here first, actually.
Am I crazy or this game had talking gargoyles? Some point. No, that was probably Divinity 2.
No, I did not find what I'm looking for. Did you?
Not a dicky bird. It's really quite disappointing.
Oh, I've a good mind to march up there and speak to Lorroakan myself.
You might want to be careful.
Lorroakan has taken a special interest in this animated armor. As a result, this entity has an additional +5 to its ability scores and +20 total hit points.
Where is the famous Lorroakan? His shop is a nutter shambles.
There's not much left. Looks like folks heard the Absolute was on the march and bought everything that wasn't nailed down.
What do you mean? Not one for customer service.
I saw somebody go up to Lorroakan's tower last tender.
Welcome, dear patron, to the floor at the top of the stairs. If you have information about the Night Song, great riches await. If you are here to waste the great wizard Lorroakan's time, reconsider. Let your knowledge determine your path forward.
Oh. Oh. Do you think this is where the books are? Seems so.
The Night Song is an ancient potion that allows its drinker to become irresistibly attractive to man and god alike.
Oh, I see. It's a test. Probably this
The
one.
Night Song is a druidic
No.
staff that allows its bearer command over an army of ancient beasts.
What if all of them are wrong?
The Night Song is an immortal
Yep.
being, the child of a deity. The Night Song is a priceless ruby from a realm beyond our own.
I bet Lorroakan doesn't know, and this will be the wrong option. No? Oh? Maybe not.
Hold very still, Nicklaw. Craig's aim is much improved, but still leaves something up to chance.
Yes, sir.
All right, Crank. Ready? Aim. We have a visitor. At ease. Nicklaw, you may go. I see no Night Song. Surely you wouldn't have entered my tower without the Night Song in hand, hmm? Surely my worthless apprentice wouldn't have allowed you to waste my time.
What do you want with her?
Her. Fascinating.
Oh shit.
You've been to Shah's temple, haven't you? To the Shadowfell?
I have.
And the Night Song? Speak true now, for I detest a liar.
Be careful what you wish for, she'll eat you alive.
I'm growing tired of this repartee, my friend. Let us cut to the chase. Beautiful, isn't it? Worth more than your life, too. I bought it from a Kalashite warlock. There's very little of his soul left to him. It can bind a celestial to the wearer's service with a snap of the fingers. And this can keep her in place.
Oh.
Forever.
Another prison. I tell her to come here just to give her the satisfaction of ripping you to shreds. A clever contraption. Let me guess, like Catterick Thorn before you, you wish to become immortal. I know where she is, I might even be willing to tell you. But I regret to inform you, the Night Song is no more, killed in the Sharon Temple where she was held. I've seen her, she was trapped by Catterick Thorn. I left her there. Get off my face now. A clever contraption. Let me guess, let's go with this. Clever, first, let's trade. He doesn't actually have anything. A clever contraption, let me guess, like Catterick Thorn before you, you wish to become immortal.
It didn't work out for poor Catterick, did it? He was a fool. A desperate mercenary who poured out his soul to whichever god flattered him. I serve no god, but that which stares back at me in the mirror. The Night Song will be put to a grand purpose, equalizing man and god. Whoever helps me attain that which I seek will be greatly rewarded.
I mean, this is the in-character option, kind of, but not really, because we are more like a blunt person. There's more to divinity than lifespan, and snaring an immortal won't make you a god, exactly.
Of course not. But perhaps, after enough lifetimes, I might make a start of it.
I consider your request.
You aren't the only one who knows what's on offer for the Night Song's retrieval. Consider carefully whether you'd like to see your fortune in someone else's hands. Someone who might slip into your camp at any moment, or hurry you through street and inn until you're run ragged and surrender. The choice is yours. Fortune or imminent death? I know you'll choose wisely.
We have not much use for money. But we are also not a good person. But we are also not too bad either. Is that the lower city? Seems like the town is way bigger than it seems to be at first glance. Now surely we won't have access to any of this, but still. It's a special area. It's probably so special that I couldn't get here by any other means.
These things have stayed interesting.
But now I'm here, so I'm free to explore. Jump down. Weave button. So what would we do if we are a better person, a better character? Myrmidons. Not the Myrmidons that I know, but I guess technically they are probably just upgraded versions of elementals.
You'll bring him the Night Song, won't you? He'll be so very pleased, so very happy if his plans materialize.
It is not a red zone, but I cannot camp. Is there a proper way down? I don't see one. This is where he would keep her, right? The Earth Mermaiden is watching me.
Just out of view. Softer than a whisper.
Oh,
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
No, don't touch it.
Out of sight, out of mind. With haste.
Oh, there's like magical, guess a staircase if you wanna see it that way. Book throne.
Mark my words, the Night Song is mine. With or without your help, she will ascend to her grand fate here, in this tower. You can get very rich along the way, or let someone else take what is rightfully yours. Choose wisely.
Don't think he knows how easily I can kill him. His power lies in the Myrmidons.
Mark my words, you can get very rich along the way.
So do I even have the option to bring her here? Don't know what that do. Probably should read Be Warned that is staring us in the eye right there before I take any of this. There's another weave button there. Dear staff, following from our meeting, be warned, officially, never to touch Lorroakan's magic buttons within the tower. He alone knows which is where and why, and any mistake could prove quite deadly. May Vomter rest in peace. Miklar. Oh shit.
I hope this is important. For your sake.
Whoops.
Have a lot on my mind. Well, in it.
Is this special? It has an eye. No, I don't think it is.
Breathe deep and move.
Is Oh, we can go further down. Where did I land? Over here, I think. So yeah, let's go inside then. And there's a piece of wood. It's a shame we failed that roll.
Ah, excellent choice. It shall be done. Nasty surprise. Caution is warranted here.
Ah.
Is that blood? No, never mind. How much farther can I go?
This is hardly the time for idle banter.
Oh, he's just stuck on that.
Annals of
Okay.
Carsus-
I don't know if we should come back or not. You know, just leave, come back later, get the book. Something like that. There's probably another gas pit somewhere here. Yeah.
Our enemies are everywhere.
Why are you suddenly overloaded? Gale failed an Arcana check. Not going to use this, send it to the camp.
At least things have stayed interesting. Should mind my step.
Yeah, Folie of Curses. This ancient water damage tome is largely illegible except for the following. That Cursus Mystic Auto did that in all his vainglory, disdainful as ever of received wisdom, proclaimed that, crisis bound, he would safeguard the magic tapestry of all wizardry by supplanting the failing weave god Mistriel with another immortal guardian, wiser and stronger of mind. Who could that be? Asked the Nedries, amazed, and Cursus gave them a reply. Who but I? Have I not mastered all spells that are known and diverse others that are not? Have I not forged this crown thrice finialed that shall convey into my brain mind all the enchanted wisdom of Nedril? Yea, indeed, and of Mistriel herself? It shall be so. Canst thou but wait, implored Lord Shadow, until... Wizard's task list. That's for
A trap. This place is more dangerous than I thought.
tasks for which I require aid. Sweeping out the main hall, removing Ramesses' personal effects from my chambers, placing such valuable tomes as the Annals of Curses in the Curses Vault for safekeeping at all. If Miklo cannot handle such simple matters, I ought to replace him with an animated armor or two. I can just fly down there if I want to. But there's probably other solutions. Or at least one. If I just keep pressing the buttons. Whoops. I'm in jail now. Oh no, I'm in the vault. Shit. Sorcerer's Vault. The Red Knight's final stratagem. Don't see the other stuff. Supreme Elixir of Arcane Cultivation. Oh, you can walk on this. Hopefully not fall. For her time as an exarch of Tempest and the goddess of strategy, the Red Knight was a paladin most devout. She toured armies the world over as both student and teacher. Thus was she elevated by Tempest to her current status. These pages contain that of her which was left on the material plane after her ascension. You mean
Quite
physically?
some valuable knowledge hidden between these pages.
Ooh. You get unique spells this way. Scroll of Artistry of War. Summon the apparitions of 6 master strategists. Each apparition strikes a target of your choosing, dealing 8 to 18 force damage on a hit. It says it's a single use, but I bet I can learn it. We read the Knight's Final Stratagem. Is it expensive? It's very expensive. It's a legendary book. Take such book.
Better be cautious. Best be on my way.
Something behind this. There's definitely a room behind us. Ah. Oh, is that our own gin? It's a lamp. Let's open the chest first.
Don't give me trouble now.
Come on, man. And of course, just before I came here, I used my lockpicks. Or rather, I gave my lockpicks to Astarion.
Can't slow down.
Oil lamps like this are a peculiar sight along the sword curves. Oh no. Oh.
You've arrived in the nick of time, saintly adventurer. I've been trapped for so long, I dare say I'm half mad. Ho ho!
What the?
Thank you for sacrificing yourself
What?
to save me.
What?
Such courage brings a tear to the eye.
I didn't. What do you mean sacrificing myself? Oh, I think I got teleported into his lamp. I have done nothing of the sort.
So modest. Oh, it warms the heart. Now, remember, someone must be in the lamp at all times. Toodles!
No. Jin! What the fuck? A little Ginny ditty. If you were trapped in a magic lamp, you wouldn't like it a bit. It's tiny and stuffy and oily and damp, and you had to be shrunk to fit. You sit here and ponder your only hope that some other fool will enter, then you'll get out, but the entering dope will find they're the lamp's new renter. What the fuck? Oh, I see. Problem is, I can't learn it with Gale. This is not here. Well, can I? Can I just send that to Gale? Let's save first. Indeed I can. I think that overrode the old one. No, it did not. We did not learn it though. Unless... What? Yeah, I think I can't do that one. Let me... This is just an experiment.
Oh, a little respite does wonders.
Okay, that is still basket. But maybe it went inside the find familiar this time? No. Okay, so we fucked up. Let's reload that. And I will just stop the recording until we get loaded in. Okay. So this is before I sent it to Gale, right? Yes. I think that is the solution to this puzzle. That's why I don't wanna send it. Although, man, I'm like super curious. I have to check this. So let's use it. And I'm just immediately going to reload. Okay, it is a special one. What? Oh, I see. I see. We made the Quasit stay here. Where's a... Oh, there's a lamp. But could we talk to the Quasit? Okay, I have another idea then. Maybe, just in case it's a special Quasit. Yeah, let's try this. Let me reload again and let me just post the screen. Or rather, the recorder. Okay, so instead of using the Quasit, probably want to use a find familiar instead. But that's a ritual. I don't think you can even learn that, can you? Oh, you know what? The crow. I cannot search for that. I probably put it in the traveler's chest. I sold it. God damn it, that's why I want to keep everything, if I indeed decided to sell it. Yep, it's not here. And I cannot go back to camp with anyone. But I have to try it. Or was it a necklace? It could have been a necklace. Okay, I just have to try this. Take a stallion over here.
On my way.
Use the porter. Go to camp. Oh, the statue is still here. Cool. Alien is still there too. Did I sell the spear? I feel like I may have sold the spear instead of putting it in the chest, because I was a fool. No, we still have it. Okay, just in case. Or was it a pair of gloves? Do you think it was a pair of gloves? Oh, it was a pair of gloves. Aha! It works. But it will go away if I put away the gloves, so... Let's loot this place. Where did the Ginny go though? It would be funny if we can meet it in the circus. Especially given the music. It's like the clown music. Also, why did the genie not think of this? Is this special? No. Oh.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Shit! Okay. I fucked up. Sure, I will reload and just do it again. Just so we don't use the scroll. Okay, here we go. I just picked up everything and this time I will save. Oh. Did that... I guess that got rid of the lamp. Because I didn't pick it up? I'm going to reload that in case the lamp is worth something. Okay. So... just summon the crow. The raven. It isn't a valuable item. Pick it up. Fuck. Be right back. Okay, so lesson learned. We cannot take the lamp. Maybe we could if we use the corset. But I think the scroll is more valuable. So, therefore... we say bye to it. Bye-bye. That one is not a secret. Ooh, nice. Lever. Huh. So one must wonder if this is the intended way to get the items. So how else would you go in there? So, out of curiosity, what is my perception at? 7. And we keep failing it. That's crazy. Miklo's ledger. Scrolls 12, quills 24, books various, books rare, herbs, spells, parchment, hats, robes, rings, wands 2, staves 1. Seems to be some kind of inventory. Posted scroll. Madam, it is no secret that yours is the finest collection of records within our fair city. The scroll brings you a query I believe only you can resolve. It has been a long-held bit of lore within my family that we are descendants of L'Oreal Silverhand through my mother's line. Though no existing genealogy can confirm our claim, would you be so kind as to investigate this matter? It would mean a great deal to my grandmother Haverfoss, who is poorly at the minute. The family name is Gradle. Hopefully yours, Amber Layman. Let's just take it. Did I just accidentally click on? No. So, because it's marked, it's probably just an exit. Material sorting.
Storage and sorting of scrollwork, parchment, and tomes.
Corpse rolls. Oh, you can't even fly up. Not taking that portal yet. I feel like that could be just the entrance here anyway. No secret behind us. Restricted area.
No entry to vaults. Trespassers will be disintegrated. Master Lorroakan.
Yeah, that's probably where the cool stuff is held. Caution before the Sealy. This tome recounts the experience of an unfortunate halfling forced to join the Sealy court during an ill-fated tour of the Beastlands. It is caked with dust and grime, yellowed feathers and black fur fall from between its pages. Scroll of Bestial Communion. The Diva can cast Wrathful Smite, Revivify, and Concussive Smash. The Deva. Isn't that like from Indian mythology? But what is it in RPGs? And like, is this a summon or an effect on self? Also worth a shit ton. Oh, there's more stuff. A query from the Hearst. I swear it to be true, Lorroakan. I was on the very cusp of joining my fellow mistress for the ritual when crash! Right on top of me fell a gangle of twisted hair and magic most strange. Just then something happened I can hardly describe. So foreign was the weave. No, not weave at all. That ensnared me. This fellow, I didn't quite catch his name. Something with a T and Q? To Queen? Created some man of anomaly that temporarily trapped me twixt our world and who knows where. Tell me, have you ever heard of such a thing? The Hearst. Should I know what this is? Diary of a Mage. I can feel the moments ticking by, the sense of me growing older, grayer with every chiming of the bell. This morning when I awoke, my back ached with such force I nearly cried out. Such indignities await unless I can arrest the process entirely. There are ways. I wouldn't be the first, but the night song is so near, the magic so well proven, the drawbacks practically non-existent. This is my path, and every moment counts. Correspondence? Lorroakan, we see you, and we always will. Do take care to maintain utmost respect for the art, and our purposes need not cross. Signed by the collective, the Cult Wizards of Am. Is that like a warning due to his behavior of trying to become an immortal? I mean, I feel like if I do cross this, I will be disintegrated, but I can survive it. Or I could summon the Quasset. Or look for a find familiar scroll somewhere. Possibly buy from the projection of Lorroakan himself, if you can.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Look carefully. There's a trap.
Parcels. Quick. Why are you so bad? Impossible to lockpick. Gale&Mystra.
Curious vault. Must be protecting something awfully valuable.
It's all impossible. Silverhand.
Trap. Be cautious.
Illusion. Evocation. Abjuration.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Uh-oh. We fucked up. Oh, maybe not. So, why can I not disarm this? Oh, I can. Can just keep trying. So I should not have re-rolled. I feel like the others need to be here too. For their checks.
If not over, then through. Tread lightly.
Shit, because Gale moved, I don't know which button I pressed. It was not down there, was it? No. Gale, I think it was this one.
Very well then. something over there.
Oh, this is probably the button for the lever. Huh, it is nothing.
A trap. Someone doesn't like visitors.
Why did they not activate? Because I did step on this and this is still active.
A vault like this must be hiding something valuable.
Hmm. It could be that because this let us in here, that the other buttons would also lead you to one of these that are already locked.
Quite the feat of magical engineering. Sorcerer's Sundries likes to keep...
In that case,
Out of my way.
is there... Oh, there's one over here.
Intriguing.
Ah.
Interesting.
These statues seem very suspicious. It's like there's some sort of robe and a staff.
That's curious.
A grievous wound.
Sorcerer's Sundry's mystery door key. Maybe that's what we need. Probably one of these buttons would deactivate these. Or if we just simply get rid of Lorroakan. Did I check this? Okay, what about this button? Uh-oh. It activated arcane cannons. Shit.
Your command.
Slaughter them!
I think they are weak to thunder, right? No, weak to lightning. Instead of fighting, I think my best bet is to just make it over there. We're not going to. Okay. Why are you not rolling, Mintara?
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Need to find a way forward.
Maybe the key she had
The more elaborate the vault, the more I'm tempted to plunder it.
was just to the shop itself. Evocation, maybe? Shit. Am I going to get fireballed?
Be cautious.
Ah! Invulnerability? Okay, I think that's a puzzle done. Silver hand. Transmutation is the exit because it's marked. Let's go to illusion. Oops. Okay, so everything that's marked is the exit then. Evocation did work. Invulnerability didn't, and it's not even marked. I think I have to put something on this pressure plate. Foresight? Yeah. Let's keep going to evocation. Gate? Yes. Okay. Oh no! It took me back, okay. Evocation. You know, you can see the rooms behind them, but it doesn't mean anything. Let's go for Wish then. Oh. Maybe it does mean something sometimes. Ooh. Why are you so bad? We're not standing in it, so it's fine. Can't believe how unlucky we are with our like buffed rolls. Okay, this is stupid. This is stupid, just ignore this. It has greater toughness, whatever.
Unlock hereby the path to the Gale&Mystra vault.
So these are the solutions, I see. So we are done with this. We want to go back to gate. And then abjuration. This is not the same room. Another glass on this. Let's go to demon. Minster now is open. I'm going to... Or maybe we have to do this one by one. So let's do this then. You know, maybe you can only have one lever active at a time, one door open. Also, I kind of want the others there in case they have like reactions. Huh?
Careful, I bite. One step at a time.
Especially Gale.
Yes. Yes, of course.
All right, what now?
I think that's the vibration or the screen shake from the lightning going off.
Should mind my stab.
You can turn that effect off, by the way. Oh, Elminster's room has the codex.
Don't touch me. Easy.
The pages are covered in esoteric symbols and strange runes, some indecipherable, but some strangely familiar. Your eyes are drawn to one page, describing a long-lost book, the Necromancy of Day. There are secrets of life and death, known only to the Red Wizards. Committing such secrets to parchment is a risk they are loath to take. Lest the unworthy gaze upon them, who better than to guard their secrets than the spirits of the jealous dead themselves? To look upon the necromancy of Day is to risk madness at the hands of its spirits, but the wise traveler who can tread the line between life and death will find knowledge witnessed by precious few mortals. The rest of the entry details the precautions and risks associated with reading the text, but lays out a clear path to unraveling the secrets contained in the stone. Your constitution score is reduced by 5 while cursed by the Tertiate Codex's warped arcana. Extremely powerful knowledge may include curses. Well, I feel like if we have to roll for this, we may fuck up. And I am going to save scum that. If we fuck up.
The book radiates power, but the words you read in the codex echo in your mind, guiding your eyes safely across the page. The once indecipherable glyphs now feel dangerously familiar, promising unholy power to those who can take it.
Oh, you do have to make a saving throw. Whoa. We get a lot from like different sources. Read on and wrest the book's power from it, or should we wait? Read on. Please. You have to be joking. You have to. Be right back. Okay, I'm going to try again. And be scummy.
The book radiates. The once indecipherable glyphs now feel dangerously familiar, promising
yes
power to those who can take it.
Look, we deserve it because we use like inspiration rolls Unlike stupid stuff that we didn't reload, so whatever.
As you pass the strange glyphs, you can feel the book resisting. Ghostly voices whisper at you from the dark, probing and fighting your mind. But your will is iron, and you brush past these shades of the past, devouring every secret the book has to offer. You see now life and death are malleable as clay, to be bent and reshaped by your will, by your power. But as you close the book, a nagging doubt whispers in your mind. What consequences will there be for calling the dead from their rest?
Oh, I see it. I see it right there. Dance Macabre. Create 4 ghouls that fight alongside you, and it lasts until long rest. Oh damn. It's completed. The book was too valuable to be destroyed. We decided to take its knowledge for ourselves. We deciphered the final page of the Necromancy of Day. The power to summon powerful Day and undead is ours. We deciphered the final page and finished the book. Can the others do it?
The book refuses to open.
No. But would it open for me still?
So that's progress.
I'm still cursed.
The book refuses
No.
to...
Is it because I'm carrying the book?
These boots have seen everything.
Or because I read the book? Probably because I read the book.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
We are cursed no more. Oh, you know what? Let's use Bestow Curse instead. I do want to use that amulet that allows us to recharge some stuff. Also, let's heal. And then let's heal again. Oh, the effects overlap? That's bullshit. Because it's the same item. I mean, come on, I got 2 of them. I mean, understandable to some extent, but still. Let's recover level 3. Then you were wearing something cool, I think, that I should have noted. Oh, this. More spell slots.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Okay. That was actually cool. Okay, so all we have to do now is just unlock Karsus. Oh, nah, all of us teleport. Maybe I was not linked up. So we go Abjuration, right?
Oh dear. Someone's left a trap out for us.
Then we should go Shadow, I guess. No, we are back. Okay, Abjuration. Let's go to the Wild.
traps. How considerate.
Oh, back at the beginning, okay. Silver hand. Abjuration. It's the door behind us, silver.
Have to keep going. Be careful. There are traps about.
Idiot.
I've got a long road ahead.
Curses.
Unlock hereby the path to the Carsus Vault.
This is hardly the time for idle banter.
But what about that one locked door then? So Carsus is not open, but what of this? Illusion clearly has a room behind it. Because it's not a real door. Hence the name Illusion. Haha. Hellfire Great Axe. Whenever you deal damage with this weapon, you gain 2 turns of heat. And it has Hellflame Cleave. 15 to 37. And it does innate fire. Hellfire ignores resistance to and immunity to fire damage. That's actually huge. Maybe we are going to make Lae'zel use this instead of the Psionic Greatsword that she been using since the Inquisition. Alright, this should be it. Why would he have a Maragon halberd? Also, let's see if Gale can learn these. What was the other spell? This. Artistry of War. Then we are not going to give him the other corset.
Ready and willing.
So could you learn this? You actually can. Does it show up in the menu? It does not. Oh, wait. This one does. Oh no, they both do. Okay. They are actually level 5 spells. Ta-da! Oh, Summon Diva. Or Deva. Okay. Let's do that instead of an elemental. And then the other one was this. Artistry of War. You know, maybe they are Warlock summons. That could be the case too. But I don't think we can learn Warlock spells. Like normally.
As my feet can carry me.
'Cause I don't think there's like scrolls for them. Right? Because there's like no arms of Hadar, stuff like that. Scroll of the throne? What? I think that's also special. Share the force very essence by pulling the strands of the weave.
Gale&Mystra's not around, so might as well.
Burn it. Oh, and it's actually necromancy. So level 5.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Magus, be warned. It is a great paradox among our kind, who so value the art of learning that we believe ourselves ever cannier than the ones who came before. If envy is the disease of the artist, hubris is that of the wizard. Though I fear my warning will fall on deaf ears, I will say it again: the closer a wizard creeps to the domain of the divine, the closer oblivion creeps with him. I thought myself an equal to Mystra and devised a plan to make myself her equal. I would pluck one strand of weave, I guess that should be strand, not stand, and contain it within an amulet. I spent the better portion of my years devising. How regret instantly heaved itself upon my head. I was trapped within the amulet instantaneously, and passed around from collector to curio hall for the better part of a millennium. Only now that I am freed with barely the strength to hold my quill, can I leave this final warning as testimony. Interesting that the collector doesn't heed this warning, the collector being Lorroakan, right? Because he technically wants a very similar thing with achieving godhood. Well, the Annals of Karsus.
A book on Netherese magic. Gale may like to know.
First, let me read it. Notes on a certain crown named after its creator, used to unmake magic at its very arcane foundations.
The Annals of Karsus. The preamble to a civilization's downfall, committed to parchment by the very hand that wrought its destruction. The truth of the crown, I hope. All that stands between us and enlightenment is the turn of a page.
Give the book to Gale then. I was going to read it myself, but whatever. Hello, will I miss out a scroll?
This isn't what I expected. This is much more. The crown of Karsus. And this is no mere journal. It contains Karsus's original plans for the crown's construction. His designs for godhood.
The design for self-destruction, more like. Didn't this crown kill Karsus?
Not exactly. It was what he did with it that sealed his fate, and, for a time, that of magic itself. The crown was merely the means. The book states that the crown and netherstones were originally one construct, seemingly sundered at the moment of Karsus's downfall. If we can collect the crown's setting and the 3 netherstones, and with the correct invocation of certain spells and gestures detailed in these notes, I think I could reforge it.
You think? What happens if you fail?
Well, there'd be risk in such an endeavor, but only proportionate to the reward. Just think of it. The power of the gods in mortal hands at last would be free of doctrine and dogma, confined only by the limits of our imaginations. I promise you, the gods will never grant us such a blessing, no matter how much we worship and adore them.
Mortals are far better guardians of their fates than the gods. We have more to lose.
And you're already wiser than me. That's a lesson I've only recently learned. I worshipped Mystra loyally for years, and in that time she granted me the barest sliver of the power I was ready to wield. Even with the fate of the world at stake, she had little more to offer me than the means of blowing myself up at a more convenient time. She's done nothing to help us. Mystra wanted the brain obliterated because of this crown. She fears a world in which such power is beyond her control, ready to be claimed by Karsus's successor.
You? And you believe yourself to be that successor?
Not until this moment. But I can't help beginning to see such a destiny unfold before me. Powerful as he was, Karsus lacks some advantages I can lay claim to. I know Mystra intimately, and I carry a fragment of the weave itself within my body. Karsus achieved many things, but he never managed that. Long road lies ahead before the crown comes into our possession. All I ask for now is that you do not dismiss this possibility out of hand. Please.
Long road.
At least think on it.
You're a convincing man, Gale. The crown sounds promising.
I'm glad you can recognize this for the opportunity it is. Nevertheless, not a step to take lightly. It's our future that I'm thinking of. Can't rely on anyone else to do it for us. For now, we've learned all we can. Here's your tome back. It proved to be even more valuable than I ever could have imagined. For both of us.
Nice. So what's this then? Oh, we did get the scroll that was right next to it as a reward? Interesting. Very interesting. Can I still read it myself? An ancient handwritten book, rebound at least twice, that purports to be notes written by the Mage, Karsus himself. Much of it is in a personal wizard's cipher, but the final page is written in clear text. My great spell of transcendence is mine alone, not to be committed to ink and parchment, but I have also forged 3 supreme enchanted items that are the physical embodiments of my wizardry, and of them I shall make record. There is a crown, an orb, and a scepter, each nigh alive and with its own power and purpose, and these I call the regalia of Karsus. The crown of Karsus, to attract and absorb magical knowledge and give the wearer dominion over himself so that he remains his own entity apart from the weave. The orb of Karsus, a storage device or battery that contains mystic power, ever gathering so that it must be siphoned at intervals of its excess. The scepter of Karsus, an instrument of projection, a focusing utensil for the precise wielding of unimaginably vast forces. Know of these items you must, for if I fail to achieve immortality, they will persist, and dare I say, live on beyond me. Oh damn. I wonder if we are going to encounter those.
Very well.
You know, for like a mage who claims to be so great as Lorroakan, his security is kind of shitty. No, wait, where's the exit exactly? Gate. Transmutation. Do we know where this takes us? Ah. Oh, into the office itself. Officious note. Clever, Master Lorroakan has requested his tome of divination spells be brought to the basement. He must focus without interruption in order to see the unseen. Since you refused to speak to me since the incident with the ape, I have no choice but to make my request in writing. Baldur. Was a basement to this place, or was that about the other stuff? Note from Baldur. Mikler, as you refuse to speak to me following the incident with the three-eyed man, I have no choice but to make my request in writing. Master Lorroakan instructs you to bring his newly acquired lamp, the one with the gem, to the vault, and to store it behind a protective wall. It is far too dangerous to be left on display in the shop proper. It said vault. Not basement. Oh, basement chest key. I did not see a basement. Another basement chest key. Wait, what's this? The Apprentice's Companion, Book the Second. With regard to summons, their uses are uncountable. The mage's preferred utilizations include as intrepid scouts and what I call wasters in battle. Summon your noble friend to your side and send them into fray to tire your foe. Do not develop an unnatural attachment to these summons. They are magical, not actual in form. A fiction of wave and air and light.
No one stopped me yet.
Oh.
You make a fine point. Very efficient.
Seems like I could just jump down, no? Or maybe fly down if I wanted to. But let's unlock this. Hopefully I won't get attacked immediately.
Let's get going.
I don't know if I'm going to... Oh shit.
You've set foot in a restricted area.
Yes, I'm leaving.
Swift exit may be in order.
I'm leaving. My humble apologies, I should remove myself immediately. So what's this then?
I'm sure you'll manage. It's not as if it's a bear just yet.
Yeah, I definitely don't see any like hatches around. Just out in the open. Or on the outside.
Yeah, we weren't doing anything. We also do a range of fetching liveries and complimentary perfumes for residents.
Who's looking that way? Oh, it's the projection itself.
Complimentary, you said?
Trust me. Over there.
Nah, it's the armors. Okay, I think that's kind of out of the question. What if you take the wrong portal?
Never a dull moment.
Which one is the right one? Is it this blue one?
The night song is an
Yeah.
immortal being, the child of a deity.
Oh. Did that try to kill me? Can't we work something out? Message received, I leave. Oh no 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 no! Sorry. Reload. That's probably because we progressed Gale's quest. I don't know if the armor got mad at us because I fucked up the quiz or because I somehow damaged it while teleporting there. Because I think I did fall from the sky or something. It was a bit glitchy, so hard to tell. We are still not finished with Lorroakan either. But I don't think I will make a choice just yet. I'm actually curious what he will try to do. Because I think we got the majority of the things from his place, except those things hidden behind his barrier. Those two arcane barriers, the staff and that robe. But let's go and talk to Gale&Mystra outside. If that's something that you can do.
Best be on my way.
Oh, he's actually right there. He's waiting.
Gale&Mystra?
Oh, hello, my boy. No, don't mind me. I'm just enjoying a lungful of Baldurian air. Yes, a distinctive aroma, though perhaps not one worthy of bottling. Tell me, what curiosities have you and your companions discovered within the walls of this esteemed emporium?
He knows. But why is the dialogue now different than when I got kicked out? You don't seem all that surprised to see Gale alive and well.
I trusted he would be sensible enough to exercise caution in this matter and to seek the truth. By now, you are aware of the evil we are up against. Karsos' pestilent crown, the very tool with which its eponymous creator unmade an empire and magic itself. Perhaps now you understand what is at stake here, my boy. Though what Mystra asked of you was extreme, it was not without merit, nor demanded lightly.
What are you saying? Or rather, what are you not saying?
Mystra knows you defied her, Gale. Well, of course she knows. She's Mystra. She bids you come to her holy shrine in the Stormshore Tabernacle.
Oh.
There, she will grant you an audience at last.
Hold on, before we reply to this, I kind of wanna read back. But Gale&Mystra was the one. Well, he did say like a fair warning in the end before he departed. I also now wonder what would happen if you let Gale explode. I assume you also die. But would that just end the game? Similar to Vlakit, like destroying you? Or deleting your... not deleting your save, like, you know, she just snaps you. I wonder, because surely you can't just blow up the dead tree right there, right? Sounds good to me. Gale can tell her exactly what's coming when we get our hands on the crown.
There is only one reason why you should set your ambitions on such an item. To offer it over to Mystra as a token of your loyalty. Perhaps then she would overlook your earlier failings. But if you crave it for yourself, you would not just be failing her, you would be challenging her. Choose wisely, Gale. Do not trade one calamity for another. If you will not hear it from me, hear it from your goddess. What truths she has to offer are for your ears alone. Gale of Waterdeep. Godspeed.
Let's stop there.
So all it took to get Mystra's attention was to learn how to reforge an artifact that once destroyed her. It's obvious when you stop to think about it.
Okay, so Mystra is indeed the reincarnation of Mistral. She's scared of you. You're one step closer to being able to challenge her.
Not scared, not yet. But she's shaken if she feels the need to intervene directly. This is a conversation that's long overdue on both sides. I owe it to her to hear her out. Come what may afterwards.
I agree, it's time we headed for the Storm Shore Tabernacle.
After you.
We can continue this in a bit. It's quite close, but... it's right here, isn't it? No? I don't like teleporting that much because we might miss such NPCs as Gale&Mystra, right? One thing I didn't know, I did not check if it was a construct. Again. Hello.
Welcome back, child of faith. You have come far, I perceive. How may I serve you this day?
Any holy items? Do you have
News
some
of
new
your
stuff?
good deeds
Oh.
has travelled fast. The merchant is all too happy to extend a certain generosity towards you, where the price of goods is concerned.
Okay. Oh, I don't remember you having this. Crusader's Mantle. That's the paladin thing. It could be useful to have it on someone else. And this has Revivify. When you heal a creature, it gains the effect of Blade Ward. You revive a creature, it gains the effect of Death Ward. Which is what? The next time damage would reduce the affected entity to 0 hit points. It remains conscious with 1 hit point left. That's actually quite valuable. I would consider having that. It has the effect of Revivify on it. Oh, but Gale is not proficient enough. Do you have Revivify? I forgot. Or was it only Shadowheart? Oh, but you are using this. And that reverberation is like so useful. But we could drop it for this. Should we? The Sacred Star. On a hit, inflict 1 turn of Radiant Orb. No, I think he had this all the time, because I remember this mace. Never mind. Okay, let's talk, Mystra.
There she stands, just as Gale&Mystra promised. Mystra, goddess of the weave, mother of all magic.
The old man wasn't lying. She's opened the summoning channel. Can't you feel it?
I saw it glow.
Gale's right. The very air around the statue crackles with magic. It sets your teeth on edge.
Did she come alive?
A stream of pure, undiluted weave.
In the statue?
I only have to reach out, and it will carry me to Mystra, wherever she may be.
Well, go on then. It's rude to keep a goddess waiting.
Time was, I'd have given my right arm for a chance to speak with Mystra again. The left one, too. Maybe a knee.
Wait. What do you mean the left one too? Are you referring to how the Dark Urge can cut your hand off? And then that would not kill you? I'm pretty sure if you do that with the Dark Urge though, you just lose out on Gale, no? Maybe not. You don't owe her so much as a fingernail. She asked you to blow yourself up.
Not the message one hopes to receive from a past lover. But her first love was always the weave. At best, I was a close second. When I pictured this moment, I thought I'd feel more in control. Yet, here I am, with palms sweatier than a bugbear's armpit. I always wonder what being nervous would feel like. I hate it.
Pull it together, you're going to make a fool of yourself otherwise.
Oh, that hardly matters. There's not much further I could fall in Mystra's estimation. But I'd like to at least leave her with something to think about. During my time locked away in Waterdeep, I prepared a quite comprehensive speech for her on the subject of our former relationship and the manner in which it ended. Alas, recent events have rendered the majority of it moot, so I'm going to have to improvise. Unless you have any words of wisdom to impart before I go.
Wait, did you just say you were locked away in Waterdeep? We never knew that. Did we? You're not taking me with you?
The summoning channel Mystra has provided is one only I can enter. No matter how much I prefer not to face her alone.
What? We are going to miss out on this? Don't give anything away, just find out what she has to say.
You'd make a fine 3-dragon anti-player, you know? I think it's best I keep a cool head going into this. Approach it like a particularly high-risk round of 3-dragon ante.
Okay,
I'll
sure.
let Mystra show her flight, and then I can see how strong a chance we stand of winning the gambit. I'll only be gone for a matter of moments. The Outer Planes experience time quite differently to our own. Wait for me. Please.
Oh man, I bet if you play as Gale, this would be really interesting. If we don't get to see it here. Do we? I would prefer to not see it, actually.
Gale of Waterdeep.
Oh.
You look well.
As do you. But I assume we're not here solely to exchange compliments. So why am I here?
You discovered what lies at the heart of the Absolute, the crown of Karsus. And you disobeyed my instruction. Why?
Because you had no right to ask that of me. You cast me out. Remember?
You were my lover, my chosen. Yet still you know so little of me. The past cannot be undone with self-pity, nor can a future be forged. Only with the truth will you see the way ahead. The fragment of magic you tried to return to me was not of my creation. It was the Karsite weave. It is a corrupted, half-born magic, wrought in the brief moment Karsus ascended to godhood. It hungers for power, just as he did, and it can never be sated. You unleashed something that would consume all magic in existence, And yet you thought only of preserving yourself.
So that's what you're scared of. With the crown of Karsus reforged, I could take control of the Karsite Weave.
You can no more control the Karsite Weave than a weather vane could control a storm. That it entered your body and consumed no more than your powers was a miracle. But we will not be granted another. The only reason the orb sleeps is because I have allowed it to feed on the true weave. A temporary measure, but one that will not be enough to save us. With each day that passes, the Elder Brain threatens to become a new kind of god. Its worshippers, a scourge of soulless illithids. If you will not use the orb to end this abomination, then you must find a way to separate crown and host. When you've done this, you must surrender the crown of Karsus to me.
A great ask indeed. You've given me much to think on, as you always did.
So be it. Follow the needle of your own wisdom. We shall see how truly it leads you.
I wish we didn't get to witness that. And it would be Gale who would tell us. Also, her statue is way hotter than how she actually looks like. No offense. Yeah.
The Karsite Weave. I had no idea. Do you realize what this means? The orb is no stray piece of ordinary magic. It is something entirely different. The nascent form of a new, divine power. Of course, I couldn't control it. I was mortal. But once I reforge the crown, the power of a god will be mine to command. The orb will answer to me.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure about all this. I thought the crown a simple artifact, but this Karsite Weave sounds evil. Wielding enough power to destroy a city, I like the sound of that. What are the chances Mystra smites you before you get the chance? You really expect me to believe you had no idea about the orb's true nature? No, I think he didn't. What are the chances Mystra smites you before you get the chance?
Slim to none, I hope. Mystra has no right to prevent another ascending to the Pantheon. Only Ao can decide that.
Oh.
Let me assure you, Karsite Weave has no more inherent evil to it than a child in the womb, or an axe half-forged on the blacksmith's anvil. It is a tool, ready to be shaped by its wielder. By me. And you know me to be someone of reasonably sound moral judgment, don't you?
I mean, he is. Except that he wanted to blow himself up. We're usually inclined to agree on the moral matters. That's good enough for me. Well, that's not really true. Are you forgetting how you came into possession of the Karsite Weave? Your good intentions could have detonated it.
But they didn't. I always thought it was a miracle that I survived, but I'm starting to wonder if there was more to it. What if it chose me?
You're turning coincidence into delusions of grandeur, Gale. Stop it.
I'm seeing exactly what's before my eyes. If you prefer to keep yours closed, that's up to you.
I will not help him ascend to godhood. We've won the crown for ourselves. No, Gale, this all sounds far too dangerous. Karsus' magic must be destroyed.
I thought you more ambitious than this. The seer was mistaken. Very well. I'll drop the matter. For now.
We have to be careful with him. He may leave. As a reminder, Shadowheart also really liked us before she left. I think. Yeah, she for sure did, because she wanted to fuck me. And she was like, oh, you heard my story about the wolves. But then we refused her.
You see an altar dedicated to Mystra.
Whatever you want with this idol, I prefer we make it quick. Not sure I'm comfortable catching Mystra's eye, even if it is made of stone.
Oh, I guess I never clicked on this when we read it, the thing before. Oh wait, the Tertiate Vigor granted 20 temporary hit points by the Tertiate Codex's enervating magic. When did that happen? Oh, maybe we got granted this and the curse? They just missed it? Well, I think it's time to wrap up this episode right here. So, I will see you guys next time.